Testing. 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing. Testing. Hey, Liam, hip audio.
Everyone's muted, Don. We'll be right with you. Hold on.
Okay, thanks. Thank you. Maybe a delay.
Good morning, Vietnam.
Hey, how are you? What's up?
That's all I can think of is that. What was that movie that started that way? Good morning,
How are you? How are
Vietnam.
you feeling? I understand you had you were
Oh,
under the
I've
weather a little bit.
I've an ear infection. I'm like a kid.
Well, it's maybe it has something to do with your weather up there.
Oh, I don't know. Who knows? So how's
You're
Vietnam?
supposed to get snow, right? At some point, I heard.
Yeah, tonight. When do you come back?
We're coming back on Monday, but you lose a day or two
Oh, I
in
know.
the process. Yeah, it's like I've never really traveled this far, and it's a
I think
head
that's
banger.
awesome.
Yeah, it was a good chance to get away. It's been beautiful. The weather's been beautiful here, so
Yeah,
it's been fun. We were in Hanoi for a couple days,
yeah,
and then went up to Halong Bay, and then down here to Da Nang, and we're
yeah.
gonna go to Ho Chi Minh City tomorrow.
Nice.
Yeah, yeah. So and it was interesting because we were here for Remembrance Day for Vietnam veterans.
Oh, interesting.
So it was really interesting. We visited a couple of the military museums in
Yeah,
Hanoi, and also the site of where John McCain's jet went down. He got shot down in a bombing raid there in
really.
1967. Yeah, pretty interesting.
So do they treat us as we were the horrible people who did things to them, I assume?
No, no, but I mean, what's
No?
really interesting is that most of the 70% of the population was born after
Oh,
1975.
yeah, I'm sure.
So they have no memory of the war, no
Yeah,
living memory of the war. So, and they're very much committed to private enterprise. Obviously you've got the
yeah,
state behind it all, but
yeah.
a big commitment to that. So it's pretty
Oh,
interesting.
that's interesting. Yeah, I wonder
Yeah.
what's going to happen as they further evolve.
Well, still a big agricultural nation. They're the
Right.
largest producer of cashews and number two on coffee to
Yep,
Brazil. So,
yep.
and tourism is big, but that's can be fragile. So, but it's lovely people, very friendly. My goodness.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's good.
Yeah. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, I wonder how long it'll take you to recover when you get back.
Uh,
The
it
time
took a
zone.
while coming out here.
Yeah, we'll wait
Just
till you're
want
back west
you wander around for a couple of
or
days. Hi,
east or
Leanne.
whatever the direction is you're going. Oh, Eileen,
Hi, Leanne.
Hello, how are you?
good.
Good. Good.
Where is everybody? Come on. It's
I know
5:30.
it's 5:30. Come, let's get the show on the road.
Chop, chop.
What time is it out there, Dawn? It must be what, about 6 in the morning?
It's 4:30 in the morning. It's a little early.
Seriously?
Yeah, it's a little early.
Hello, everyone.
And it's that
Hi.
bright?
Got two counselors yapping away during my meeting. My goodness.
Sorry.
Sorry, it's a workshop.
I'm going to call us to order. Dawn and Jean Marie, thank you for being able to attend from remote locations. It's really excellent to see you that make this effort this evening. So appreciate it. This is the Town of Scarborough workshop. It's a joint workshop with the Board of Education regarding the 2025 municipal and school budgets. Call this meeting to order. If we want to do a quick introduction, I'll start with the school board.
Hi, yes, good evening. Thank you for having us here. We are excited to get together to talk about the budget and hear, I know there's not really an agenda for tonight and no presentations, just more a roundtable discussion about what we have and what we anticipate moving forward. So we're excited to get in the process with you.
I do hear some feedback. I'm not sure. Is someone connected to the meeting? No? Well, this is my ears ringing.
I could hear me.
It sounded
Yeah, I
like
could hear
feedback.
it. Yeah. Is it?
Carolyn, do you want to say hello to everyone?
Hello, everyone. So I'm Carolyn Gann, Board of Education.
Freyla?
I'm Freyla Tarpinian. I'm a member of the Board of Education.
Thank you.
I don't know if I said my name. I'm Shannon Lindstrom, Board of Education.
Thank you very much. So Counselor Anderson, I believe, did an excellent job helping form this kind of a guide of questions just to get us through some just general thoughts and discussion points that we want to go over. We know that's going to be hugely important to the work that you're doing, Carolyn, as Chair of the Finance on the Board of Education side, and of course to Counselor Anderson, who's, our Chair of Finance here on the town side. I'm lucky to have all three of the Finance Committee members sitting here at the table this evening. So everything we discussed this evening is going to be really helpful as you go through your process on the committee levels. So with that, I think I'm gonna, if Counselor Anderson, if you're fine, I'm just gonna follow the list of questions that you
Yeah,
so
sounds good.
eloquently put together.
And I just want to give Carolyn credit too, because she helped. We did this together.
Yeah, thank you, Kellen.
Mhm.
So,
You wanna, Leanne is online. I don't know if you, and Jean Marie and Dawn.
yes, I'm sorry, for those online, Counselor Hamel, Counselor Katarina, and Board Member Casalonis, do you want to say hello real quick?
Hello.
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 All right, I think we got what we're gonna get. All right.
What you want, a speech?
It's okay, we'll save that for the regular meeting.
Okay.
All right, so we've received the presentations both from the Board of Education and from the municipal side. So we set a goal here on the council side of during our council goals workshop earlier in the year of a 5% increase, a net budget increase of less than 5% is what our target was. And I think Counselor Anderson, eloquently stated here, is that still, are we still committed to that goal? Should we reaffirm that really we want to be in that target range? I'll start off by saying yes. I think it's important. I know everyone is generally a little apprehensive with the revals coming in, that we try to be as financially prudent as possible during this process. So for what it's worth, I would like to see us come in under the 5%. Anyone else want to chime in on that?
Yeah.
Yep.
You want to see us come in at 5%. And I think that it will send an important message to taxpayers that we are paying attention, particularly during the time of the reval. I think that, we have a huge, big percentage of this community that's on fixed incomes. And these taxes for them are regressive, that they take a larger percentage of their income. So when I was a young man, my income, went off the charts like this, right? And my taxes sort of followed along with them and I didn't notice. I think that as soon as you get into a point in life where you actually see your tax bill and you recognize it in terms of percentage of your income, and I'm not speaking for myself here, this is not necessarily a problem for me, but I think for a lot of people, it is. And I think it really is very important that we hold to that goal.
Thank you, Counselor Cushing. Any thoughts, Counselor Shoup?
Sure. Yeah, so I think it's important to go below the 5%. This is something that does affect people like me. I am a single mom living in Scarborough, so I think it's important that, we recognize the different groups of people that are going to be affected by this. I think the biggest ask that I have moving forward is guidance from, I think, just town staff and school as to where we can make cuts, because we are making cuts and there's lots of questions. I think last year I was somewhat new on finance. I think I have a lot more questions. I want everyone to prove it to me. So I think there's going to be a lot of prove it questions coming forward. Because again, we're answering to residents who at this point don't even know what their tax bills are going to look like. And that's scary. And I think we have a lot of pressure and eyes on us at this point to keep it as low as we can.
Counselor Anderson.
Yeah, I definitely think we need to come in below 5%. And I personally feel like as we start the process, until we have the workshop with the assessor to understand impact from the assessment, that, probably our first couple of meetings, I'm going to be even more conservative to see what we can do to get it lower. Again, when we set that 5% net budget target, I think two important factors weren't fully understood at the time, which was one, the shift from non-residential to residential that we can anticipate as part of the revaluation, which I think we'll see more of that on the 17th in a couple of weeks, which is great, because I think that's going to be an important decision point for me to figure out how much further do we need to go. And then also, we didn't really think about the 1,800 residents that are impacted by the state program no longer being available to them, even though I think we did a good thing to address the 500 or so residents that are likely enrolled in that and in our rebate program by increasing that. I think that's going to help a little bit with the 2-year impact, but knowing that 10% of our residents are going to be likely feeling the full impact of this budget plus last year's budget, to the point that was made about most of those individuals are likely on fixed income. I just feel like we have to keep that top of mind as we make our decisions, knowing that there's a good portion of our population that we know is going to get an impact this year, even though that's due to a great benefit that they got last year. But again, I think that's just a reality that we have to contend with. And then I think there are a lot of big things that we know are coming that we need to do, like school project, a community center. So as we gear up for those, thinking long term, trying to make sure we're being as conservative as we can, and increasing the operating budgets just to make sure that we build that space for those big investments that are coming. Because we have a lot in the pipeline, and while I think we're gonna look to prioritize those later this year and make sure we have a better plan, those are gonna have some big impact that I think we all wanna also see move forward at some point. I do want to thank both the town and the school, though, because I do feel like this was a very modest budget that was put forward to start with. If we didn't have a revow this year, this particular budget request that was put forward was the same tax rate impact we approved last year. So it really is a conservative start. But I do feel like, unfortunately, given the circumstances, we do need to kind of pinch the belt a little bit more this year. It really is $2 million that we're going to have to find between now and second read. I don't necessarily think all of that has to be from cutting, though. I think some of the other questions that we're talking about are fund balance. I don't think we've optimized our reserves. We have a lot of appropriated equipment in our CIP this year that perhaps we can defer and prioritize a little bit better. So I don't think at least when I go through this, I'm not looking to necessarily cut things as much as I'm looking to say, is now the right time, and can we move things around a little bit that help our residents this year. So that's kind of what I'm going to be thinking, is now the right time for some of these choices that we want to make? Are there creative ways that we can find other sources of funding that we don't have to rely on appropriations and taxes? So that's kind of where my head is at this point.
Thank you, Councilor Anderson. Councilor Hamel?
Yeah, thank you. There may be a little bit of delay with my audio, so forgive me for that. But I've been on board with the concept of 5% from the beginning. And I know the process tends to be, we start high and try to whittle it down. But I think that the group that's most in need is basically the group that we've considered the least so far. And that is the folks who are going to be, losing, some of the homestead monies, as well as folks that are going to be least able to, deal with a big increase. And a lot of these folks are people who've lived here for a while and may have properties that have appreciated considerably. And we haven't really sure with them yet what the impact's going to be. So I'm going to be paying particular attention to them. I know from the school and the town both, we tend to talk in terms of people, facilities, and equipment, but let's not forget, the people in the public who are basically going to be most at risk this cycle, and those are the folks that are seniors and may have to sell their houses and will have time buying something else to stay in town. So that's kind of my feeling. Probably no surprise to anyone.
Councilor Hamel, and just to confirm though, would you say you're still in alignment with a net budget increase of less than 5%?
Yes, unequivocally. The only thing I'd add is I know we're going to get into this in later questions, but the first move we made to try to raid the fund balance doesn't make sense to me at all in view of what we're facing. So, and I think that we need to go back to the school as well as the town to say tighten the belt. And I know we've got contracts coming up, but this is the year we really need to line if that's in any way possible.
Thanks, Councilor Hamel. Councilor Caterina?
Yes, yeah, I could go with this 5%. Of course, at the end of the day, it's gonna be the mill rate that matters. But we've got so many things going on that, we don't know yet, unknowns. Number one being, the assessed value of houses and the total value of the town, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Obviously, I like to keep, tax increases to a minimum. I think people who think that we should have zero tax increases or negative, or it should go backwards, they don't understand taxes, but that's okay. As far as fund balance, that's taxpayer money that's sitting in an account. And if we are within the range of what our bond guys think we need to have in order to, keep our interest rates, borrowing rates, reasonable or low, then that's good. But if we're over that at any amount, I would definitely consider using some fund balance, if needed. If the choices came down hard, I will be really blunt with you guys. As far as I'm concerned, in November, I don't want to see a school on the ballot and I don't want to see the community center on the ballot. I think that this is not the time to do that. We need to get past this reval, and make sure, we've got keeping stability in the tax rate. That being said, I will tell you that this is what, my 10th budget that I've seen come in. And I have kudos to the school department. This is the lowest increase I've ever seen come in from the school department. My first year on the council, I forget which year, I was elected in 2013, so 20, whatever it was. They came in with, I think it was a 12 or 13% increase to their budget. That was just the school side. So I kudos to the school department for coming in with a budget that they did. So I do want people to be aware of that. So that's where I'm at right now.
Thank you, Counselor Katarina. So I think we have some guidance there that the council is still fully behind the keeping an increase of a net budget goal of less than 5%. So now, yeah, sure.
This is for Tom. When we talk about a 5% net budget increase, that does not necessarily translate into a 5% increase in taxes. Is that correct?
No, not at all. Not at all.
So-
Given the fact that the revaluation is happening and that will serve to confuse the tax rate calculation, we purposely avoided that.
But if you take the reval out of the mix, let's just say that we didn't have it,
Right.
we got the same valuation, we've got a 5% net increase in budget. Under those circumstances, are we adding 5% to the
No,
tax rate?
my calculations were at 3.66% tax increase.
Okay,
And if you get to 5%, it's 2.24% increase.
2.24. Okay, so I think that's been a point of somewhat confusion for me, again, as new guy. But my guess is that when people hear 5% budget increase, they probably translate that immediately in their heads to a 5% increase in taxes. And so you're thinking the effect of this, independent of everything else, if we achieve the 5% goal, would be 3.6. 3.6 would be
Yep.
best guess. Okay.
2.24 would be the 5%.
2.24% increase in taxes.
And that's because in spite of the revaluation, which is looking townwide and reallocating, through equity, if you will, values across all of our tax base, there still is natural growth in our valuation. And counting that natural growth allows me to project that tax rate.
Okay, I tried to do that myself, but I didn't believe it. Okay.
Can I just want to add one thing from the school board, well, really from Tom's perspective and your perspective as well. When we're talking about municipal budgeting, it's very different from corporate budgeting or from household budgeting or it's different, right? We're talking at the end of the day about people, and yes, it's people, buildings, the things, but for us on our side specifically, we're really talking about the youngest members of our community that we have a legal obligation to educate, right? So I just want to be clear that when we say we need to tighten the belt, or we need to cut $2 million, or we need to do this or do that, there are some services in there that are mandated, and by law, we have got to provide. There's no choice in doing that. So at the end of the day, when you're looking at $2 million, or you're looking at this or that, understand that that likely means on the school side, that's likely going to mean people, programming, right? So I just want to be very clear, and I know you don't have line item authority, I get that, but I'm on one hand, I am incredibly understanding of what this community has on its plate and what's coming up. I also know we don't know the full impact because we haven't seen the assessment, we haven't seen the revaluation yet, but we also don't know what mill rate you're going to assign. We don't know any of those things yet to really understand the full breadth of the tax impact. So that's number one. But number two, we have this goal that we were so excited. I mean, I think I can speak for all of us and those behind me that are here from the school staff. We were really excited to come present to you a budget that not only met your goal, but came below your goal. And so now I feel like that yard post is moving. And I'm just, I guess for future, perhaps this is more of a future ask. If we're going to move that yardstick, I would ask that we do that a little bit earlier in the process than right now.
I think I have a very different perspective. So in my perspective, the net budget goal is town and school wide. So
Mm-hmm. John, can you put your?
and
I'm sorry.
between the two, that's where the proposals came in over. And in my opinion, the school is a department just like any other department in the town. So we have to be fair in looking at each one to say, based on priorities, and there's a lot of mandatory required things, where is there some discretion that we need to essentially verify, validate, and potentially have to push back on. And, you know, my read in your budget is that while there is a lot of mandatory stuff, there is a lot of discretionary stuff that I think there's room for you guys to kind of, through your process, go in, dig, and potentially find some opportunities to help us achieve that 5% goal. So I don't think we've moved the target. The proposals came in above it. We didn't set a specific school target. And I think to say that because the school came in at below 5% on their side, we're good. That's not how I look at this.
Yeah, I think just
Yep.
at the risk of oversimplifying this, and please correct me, anyone correct me if I'm wrong. There's $80 million spent in this town last year. Is that accurate? 82 million, right? So 5% for us said, we're gonna give you $4 million more to run our municipality. Can you make that work, right? That's the brief oversimplification. And what we're seeing here is that $4 million isn't enough. Now, why? Right now, understanding it is, you may have some required aspects to the educational system that you can't negotiate, right? You have to get a couple extra teachers because of certain student populations that are moving into the system. That's understandable. We have contracts that are being negotiated. We understand that. So when I look at this and I say, okay, there's $4 million, what's coming out of it that we can't really touch? And then what's left over?
Yeah.
And why did we need more? And even the question of why do we need to borrow? And when I say borrow, why are we grabbing from, you know, the general fund or sorry,
Fund balance.
the fund balance to help patch a hole? These are questions that my mind go to, which is why is $4 million for this community not enough to operate on? So I don't think it's about, you know, you need to do more or we need to do more. It's understanding where we are, what we said we wanted to give the municipality and why we're struggling to get there. And can we still get there? And those are the bigger major questions in my mind that I think that's the problem solving aspect of this. Like, how can we get there together?
I appreciate that.
Does that make sense?
And frankly, I thought 4.7% was terrific. And then when I started digging into the numbers, and I think you've seen this because I sent it to you before, but I think it's important to get this out early, is that when I looked at your numbers, you had $862,000 in budget savings. So if you just took last year, according to Jeff's numbers just was 862. Then an increase in general purpose aid education of almost 2.1 million. And then non-property tax revenue, which I saw some of it. I'm not exactly sure where that number comes from, but that's 1.997. And so you add up that line item and you get almost $5 million, 4.9 million of new money. And then you take 1.5 from the reserve, and I come up with almost $6.5 million. And then we're asking for 2.5 million on top of that. So we have last year's revenue increases by roughly 4 million. We had 1.5 from the general fund, and that comes to 6.4. When we add the 2.5 to it, that comes up to nearly $9 million. Now, it strikes me that I don't understand, and frankly, I'm glad it's not my job, because I don't have the ability to dig in and say what's important and what's not. That's really the job of the professionals. But it strikes me that we had a pretty good year. And then I get concerned about the fact that some of this money is, in some senses, it's not guaranteed to continue. In other words, the conversation that I was hearing was that, gee, we had sort of a pleasant surprise that the state gave us another $2.9 million. Well, if it was a surprise, maybe it didn't happen. I mean, the issue here is, well, okay, so we didn't get the 2.9 million. Does that mean that the budget request, instead of being 2.5 million, would have been 5 million? So that really is, I think,
Yeah.
the detailed questions will get to that answer, but that's the big one for me. And as you know, I provided this information ahead of time, and I was sort of hoping that I was wrong about these numbers, but I haven't been shown otherwise. So,
and I would just add, I think that's an important part of when the school comes on April 12th or 11th to kind of help us understand a little bit better. Having that 9 million and helping us understand of that, what is mandatory? Like, we know a lot of this is going to be mandatory or contractually driven. So what is the real discretion that we have in terms of new programming or things that, again, are what we need to be looking at holistically across both the town and school to say, if we have so much to invest this year, what are our best choices? And I think we're going to have your guys' help look at whatever is discretionary and let us know what your priorities are, so that way we can take that into consideration as we look at all the town needs. So to me, I haven't done those numbers of the 9 million, so I think that would be helpful for the school to kind of validate that this was really kind of the difference this year, so that we can make sure we understand what's truly going into that 9 million. And I think that would be a good thing to have at the April 11th meeting to help us understand that. And that goes for the town as well. Like, I know we're looking for that from each department, that if there were savings, if there are different revenue situations, because I think on the town side, I think our surprises were actually on the opposite end, where our revenues went down. And so a lot of what's in Tom's net budget has to do with, in a lot of cases, decreases in revenue based on policy choices that we've been making or things that are happening outside of our control at the county level. So I think that's where all of this we have to look at together and say, okay, what are the new things? How do we prioritize those new things and make sure that we can hopefully align? And maybe it does end up that we go over the 5% budget because those new things are so important that we need to make those investments. But I think all of us are probably feeling the pinch this year because of the uncertainty and the unique situations that are happening. And so I think that's just an unfortunate reality of this budget cycle, despite coming in pretty low to start.
Right, I guess for me, like what's hard is that we're having this conversation, and at the same time we're having this conversation, and this is this is separate, but there are other things still happening in the works, like the community center, to Jean Marie's point. Like, how are we talking about this right here, but yet we've got this project that's really a want. It's a want. It's not something we need right now. but that's still going on parallel. We're asking to spend that money at the same time we're saying we need to pull back here, right? And there's a lot. There are a lot of mandated things. There's a lot of contracts that are up for negotiation. We have 3. I believe Tom said he had 3 as well, or 4. So you have 7 contracts between 2 departments. We're trying to attract and retain talented staff. It's very difficult when the pay isn't there to gain, to get employees that we would want to work here. So there's a lot of struggle, and I know even asking for raises when we're looking at our residents that aren't getting raises and are on fixed incomes and are struggling to make ends meet, to then say, yes, I need to bump the rate, I need to bump the salary 5%, 6%, whatever that number is. It's hard to wrap your mind around. But these are real issues that we have because we have real needs in this community.
And as far as I'm concerned, can I just respond to the wage thing? I view that as a mandatory, like, as we're building our
Yeah,
decision-making on both the town and school side, because losing people is even more expensive than adding a person. So I
Absolutely.
think, given our lack of competitive wages for everything that's being negotiated right now, I personally feel like what's been put in both the school and the town budget in terms of wage increases needs to be considered mandatory, and we should try and keep that in there and not try and reduce that if we can avoid it.
Thanks. I have Counselor Hamel that set his hand up.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I hear what Shannon is saying, and I understand that, that there are structural issues and their ability to take the same approach to managing costs is so, it's not, I mean, they don't have much flexibility as we do. On the other hand, I really get tired of hearing claims that we need to preserve the gain, or that we have no way to drive efficiencies, and I have all these obligations through my collective bargaining agreements. Those things are negotiable, and they have to come out of a budget as well. And I get very frustrated with asking for basic analysis of class size and head count. Wasn't even included in your budget so far. And I had to ask those questions and put them in writing, and then I got a written responses from Carolyn Gammon, which I appreciate, but I don't agree with the idea of us putting forward a big request for a community center, Shannon. I agree with it. That is purely tree. That shouldn't even be on the table. However, I would like to see more from you and your team on things like this that we ask for repeatedly and don't really get any line of sight. And I have not seen the statistics to suggest that we're losing people or that we can't attract people. I've not seen attrition data from either the school or the town. So I realize it's hard to hire people, but if the numbers are there, I could be persuaded.
Thank
And
you,
Dawn,
Dawn.
you are on my list, your headcount request, and I put that forward as well. So we need that information. And I'm glad you
you.
mentioned about attrition, because that was also a question of mine that I forgot to put on my list as well. So I think that would be really
Yeah.
valuable data to have.
Yeah.
I heard you.
And I thought you were being punished by giving the assignment to have to answer all my questions. So I appreciate you doing that. Thank you.
It was a
Yeah.
team effort.
I'm sure it was.
It was a
Thank you.
lot. Yeah, but fine. That's good.
So,
Mr. Chair.
oh, Jean Marie?
Really, don't forget me now. Come on. I also wanted to just bring this forward so that we keep it in mind. The state legislature hasn't finished their session yet. And they've got some mandates coming down that are going to be hitting the schools real hard. And I'm thinking of that age 3 to 5. I forget what they call it, community frailer or Shan.
Yeah, it's a child development services.
Oh, right. Thank
provides-
you. Thank
Yeah.
you. And they're going to put it on the schools.
Yeah.
My concern with that is there's no money per
Right.
se. But again, I just want to put that out there because we forget sometimes as counselors that a lot of what the school does is mandated by the feds and or the state. And regretfully, they put a lot of unfunded mandates onto schools thinking, oh yeah, the taxpayers are gonna pick this up, I guess. I don't know what they're doing, but anyway, I just wanted to put that out there too. Just to keep all of that in mind. But yeah, thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Counselor Caterina. So I'm just going through some of these questions and I want to lose sight of it. You know, I feel like we've touched on some of these, but I'm gonna ask them again just to get the specifics. So, you know, I think there's clarity between the, you know, the school and council, and we get on the same page here for the community. One of the questions is there a general agreement that getting 7 town and school contracts to market wages in FY25 is the most critical objective of the budget? And I think it's worthwhile that we all kind of weigh in on how we feel about the contract negotiations and where they stand in relative to if cuts have to be made on what's being proposed here. Is this something that's just kind of off limits in our minds or unnecessary to even consider as part of the cuts? So I'd like to start there. Anyone want to jump in? Councilor Cushing, you look anxious.
Yeah, I think that our existing people should be our number one priority. When I listened to the presentations that the school board made on the budget or that the department heads made, I heard that attracting, retaining, keeping the current number of bus drivers, we needed to pay them. I see folks who work in the kitchen, and I don't want to short shift the teachers, but I want to call out those who support the teachers' aides, and the people who work in the front office and so forth. And it's been my experience that having smarter, better people and fewer of them paid well develops a lot of efficiency. Now, I understand that we have, you know, constraints, but as a general principle, if you've got good people, then you should reward them and keep them and treat them fairly. So yeah, I would start there, but I'm starting with those people who currently get a paycheck.
Can I respond to that? Just briefly, that I think some really important points that were at the budget presentation. So I don't want to go over and beat a dead horse, but I also want to really highlight the support staff that you're talking about, which are all the collective bargaining agreements that are currently being negotiated. Bus drivers, crucial staff, ed techs, crucial support staff. Those departments are extremely understaffed. So our budget savings, which came over, was not a surprise because we couldn't fill the ed tech positions and the bus driver positions. We are down 6 bus drivers right now, which means that there are days that your children have to wait for the bus to do 2 loops. It means that we're contracting out to do other bus drivers. So I do want to retain the staff that we have. They're fantastically talented. They work extremely hard. We need to make sure that we have a fair contract. You know, we don't need to pay them more than everyone else. We need to pay them fairly for their work so that we can retain them. But we also do need to fill those positions. That budget savings doesn't help our children. That budget savings hurts our children every day when we have ed techs that are being taken out of classes and being plugged into holes to do substitutes. We have ed techs running libraries because we only have 1 librarian for 1,200 students. We have a lot of needs that may appear like wants. Like we're adding a lot of ed techs to the budget. There's a very clear number 11. That's a huge number. But ed techs are often required. They're mandated by an IEP, which is a contract that we have to fulfill or else we're subject to liability.
So Frail, I'd like to respond to that.
Sure.
Because, you know, I take Sharon's point that this budgeting is a mystery, but it's not mysterious to say, what does it take to get us back to where we are now? So for example, when you talked about those positions, I don't understand whether those unfilled positions they must have been in last year's budget, because if somebody came along under last year's budget, you could hire them. So this question of very clearly, what is level services? How much of that is mandated, et cetera. And then we move to the next phase, which is how much more money does the state require us to spend this year? How much more money are they giving? I mean, this still remains a revenue expense proposition, and it should be transparent to anybody. And I can tell you that I've looked at tons of financial statements over my career, and trying to ferret out the answers to what I think are sort of top line, simple questions that aid decision making is really hard in this presentation. And I'm not implying any bad faith here. I'm just saying that we really need what's it keep? What is a definition of holding our position in a stream that is rapidly trying to push us backwards? And how does that break down into what's mandated, what's what would be in the category of raises for existing people before we talk about anything new? And then when we talk about stuff that's new, what new stuff is mandated? What new stuff is perhaps in the category that you just said? Yes, these are 11 new techs, okay? And we're asking for 11 new techs because that will advance these specific goals, et cetera, okay?
Those
Yeah,
texts are legally
no,
mandated.
yeah.
They'll be hired no matter
No.
what.
I think that's, yeah.
But you understand my point is that how then do you evaluate this when you see that says we need 11 techs? It doesn't say we need 11 mandated techs.
Well, we did say that in the budget
It's in the budget.
presentation.
Yeah,
as-
that was in
and-
the budget.
Well,
Yeah, but I think that
I
the,
understand and I listened very carefully. I was paying attention. I'm sure it was said, but the point that I'm trying to drive home here is that the top level decision makers, which is what we are, need to get this boiled down into an actionable format. And it's just not there yet. And the alternative is to take a meat cleaver to it. So, thanks.
So can I just, so my perspective on the wages, like I said earlier, is absolutely, we need to make that a priority. We need to make sure our existing staff are compensated. I know on the public safety side, just in the state as a whole, it's difficult to recruit right now. And then on top of that, we're competing with other communities that are able to pay better wages. And then I know from listening to the school side, and I'm assuming on the town side for some of our employees, that they have alternatives that are probably easier roles to do, that they could make the same amount, if not more money. And so I think we just really need to make sure, like, we're not just competing with, the public sector and our local communities. We're also competing with the private sector that has lower stress jobs that many people might be willing to take. So to me, getting those employees fairly compensated, I think, is critical if we want to continue to provide level services or maintain the quality that our residents have said in the survey that they appreciate about what our government and schools have to offer. As it relates to positions, I agree. And the school had some transparency that I didn't quite see on the town side, which was kind of giving us a view into unfilled or opened positions that still aren't filled. And I think with Counselor Cushing, like, that's where my head goes is, again, doing Counselor Cushing math, because I just counted stuff, so don't quote me on this, but it might need to be validated. When I looked in the appendix, there were about 19 open positions, which I assume are still critical and needed. But then you also had an increase request of 19 new positions that I think somewhere netted to 15. So we're talking about 34 FTE that need to get filled in 2027. And also I recall in those conversations, a lot of these positions are really, really, really hard to fill no matter how much we need them and want them. And so it's really getting back to, like, what is realistic? If we're not going to fill 35 positions, then let's not ask for 35 positions. And it's the same thing on the town side. Like, I always appreciate when we look back historically to some of the budget cycles where I recall the chief coming in saying, I really need 4 FTE, but the reality is I can only hire 1. So I'm through the budget process, they came back and only asked for 1. And so to me, again, just this year, let's ask for what we need. Again, I know there needs to be some room, but at the same time, like, and then I guess the downside of this is my assumption, and again, I don't know if I'm correct, any unfilled positions go into the school's fund balance or into the town's fund balance, which again is something we need to have too and rely on to stabilize the tax rate year over year. So trying to find that right balance of how do we want to build the right fund balance, but also only hire positions that we know we can get that we need, and make sure that we're prioritizing those accordingly so that, again, we're only bringing in the right positions.
can we
I-
talk? Yeah,
yeah.
we're like chomping at the
Yeah.
bit here. Go ahead.
No. So I want to speak to a couple things. First, I'll speak to one thing that Freyla very eloquently made me more acutely aware of in our last finance meeting, is that when we have those open positions, especially in the special education arena, we have to pull people from the other educational services to bring them to service to meet our state required needs. So when she was talking about that we're doing a disservice to the population, the overall population, student population, that's what she means, because we're mandated to provide certain services to certain children. And so we have to pull from, we just have to pull teachers and ed techs from classrooms to go and meet those needs. And I do completely understand what you're saying about with all these open positions. Will it be great if we could find all 34 positions? Yes. Is it likely? No. So I completely agree with you. Others will more likely disagree with me, but I feel like there is room there. And Dawn, to something what you were saying earlier, I have an analysis that's in progress. And so it's off to Kate for her stamp of approval, trying to do exactly what you were saying. What's mandatory, what's level services, what's the investment, and showing the growth over time. So it's an in progress, so hopefully you can better see it. But it's for me in my mind and how it works, that's what I need to see to get to my comfort level as well. So I completely understand what you're asking.
Thank you.
And
I
what you're
appreciate
asking
that.
for. So, but again, it was my stab at it. I need my expert to,
And please understand that when I'm able to see all of that, then my opinion may change.
absolutely.
But the things that I can see suggest that there's room to move.
Yeah.
And so, you
Yeah,
know, and I want to make one more point, because I've been more aggressive than I usually am in these conversations. And part of that is that we have a school to build. And I think it is really important to suggest to the taxpayer that we are trying very hard in our budgeting to be cognizant of the fact that we are going to have to come back and ask for the money to solve the school problem. And so I think that a portion of that is going to require the good faith of the voters. And so if some of this is perception, it is that, but this is my best judgment about what I think would be best for our kids in the long haul.
And a few things I wanted to say, and I know Freyla has some things too. So when I said earlier that this type of budgeting is not like your home budgeting or not like a corporate budgeting, we here are not working to maximize profits. That's not our goal. Our goal is to provide free and appropriate education to the students of Scarborough. And so if a child comes into our district and needs 3 ed techs because of their very specific needs, that's what they are mandated to get. So I think there has to be a little bit of recentering around that idea, because our stakeholders, it was one of the very first lessons I learned when I came on the board. Our stakeholders are no longer the taxpayers. And it seems weird because those are the people that vote us in. Our stakeholders are the students of Scarborough. And we have to be sure we're providing them the education that they deserve and, quite frankly, are legally able to have. We have to provide those for them. So that's one thing to kind of keep in mind. So yes, we have 11 new ed tech positions because we have a population that has already been identified by right now. It's a state funded program. They've already been identified as having specific needs. We know they are coming here in August, September. We know we are going to need ed techs for them. It's not a matter of, well, I can only get 8 of them, so that's all I'm going to budget for. Because if we do that, those families will sue this town. I want to be very clear. There is not well, we can't hire them, so let's just not get them. What happens is to Carolyn's point, we have to then try to move around what we can. And when that fails, we have to go out and contract those services in.
That was the other.
So
Yeah.
one of the things I've asked Kate, and Kate has been working on this, and I've asked Chris, Chris Rhodey, our Director of Special Services, what is the actual cost of those contracts? Because if we're contracting out to these employees, are we paying them more than what we would pay to hire somebody in benefits, wages, all the things that go into hiring somebody? Because we have not only contracted positions there, we have contracted bus driver positions. We have, it's across the board, because facilities, our cleaning crew that is contracted in, because we can't hire them. So to John's point, yes, if we have a competitive salary where we're not competing with literally every business in town to bring people in, it would be helpful. Because I think it also gets to your point. If I'm a current employee and I'm asked to do the work of 5 people because there are not people here to do the work, aren't we actually serving our current employees by bringing people in and lightening their load a little bit?
I don't think there's a single thing that you're saying, Sharon, that is unreasonable, okay? What I'm saying, coming back to Carolyn, is make this clear, okay? It's not now, okay? It's here are these positions. There are, 2 school board presentations delineating all of this stuff. I have been paying attention to this, okay? And that in this context, yes, there is stuff you absolutely have to spend. I spent my career in a healthcare environment where the Department of Medicare Services tells you that you have to spend a lot of money, and sometimes they come in and tell you you have to spend more money. I am extremely familiar with a regulated environment and what the government does to basically create constraints on your budgeting. The issue really is understanding what are those constraints, how can you meet them, and how can you meet them efficiently? It's not a bottom line issue in the sense of we're trying to maximize profit here. It's an issue of we're trying to use the funds that we have most effectively to deliver the best result. I get that, okay? So I'm going to be quiet and let other
Well,
people speak.
I gotta jump in because I have to refocus us, all right? We have a lot to get through and we have about 40 minutes. And what's really important is we can dive into the weeds at the right times. And those will be at your budget meetings, both on the school side and on the council side. What we really need to do here tonight is really focus on the larger picture. We need guidance, right? If we're gonna prioritize certain things and we're gonna ask you to go back and focus on those priorities, that's what we need to establish this evening. So I'd like to reduce the amount of back and forth and try to get better sentiment around what our goal is, where we think that our priorities are, and then what is the plan to go execute it afterwards. And seem fair?
Yeah.
Councilor Anderson.
So I would say both, and this is for both on the school and the town side, that I would like to see as we work through, which is one, again, any appropriated CIP item, which we have $1.4 million worth. Are we optimizing impact fees, reserves, even some things that are allocated as TIF revenues? Are there other things that we could reprioritize as TIF revenues for this year and maybe push something out next year so that we can make sure we're prioritizing the right things? So I think there's room there. I think on the school side, I think specifically with your $500,000 request for the long range plan, I don't know, can school impact fees cover that, which again, wouldn't impact the taxpayer and or capital reserves. So again, that's a quick way to quickly get that net budget down. If there's something we can do, maybe it's not the full reserve account, but maybe it's 250,000 of reserves and 250 for appropriations or something, just to kind of again, I still see a lot of creative ways where we can look at our capital in particular to really get us closer to our goal, both on both sides. And going back to Jean Marie, I do think fund balance is a strategic opportunity for us to look at this year. I know Tom proposed about 1 million. I may be a little bit more comfortable going even a little bit higher than that, as long as we stay within our policy. I know the school also has probably some additional fund balance available that could also be put towards it. So again, we're focusing a lot, or a lot of the conversation has been on, trying to remove new programming, which is clearly a strategy. But again, I think we haven't optimized all of our choices around revenue or how far we're willing to go with some of these things. That could also be part of the strategy to get there. So I would just like to see both committees, both on the school and the town side, really push to optimize other sources of revenue for our capital.
Are the impact fees under our control or are they under the?
So I think actually that leads to a really good question, which is there full visibility as to the uses of certain specific fees on, has anyone looked at it through that lens, which is here are potential uses and you may be finding them in the school budget, which could actually be covered under maybe some of our services. Like, I know that long-term,
I don't think that comes.
right, but I think the long-term planning capital budget was really intended for, consultants and engineers for whatever the building committee
Building,
decides
yeah.
is our next direction.
Mhm.
But is that something that could be covered under TIFs or something, and I think to Counselor Anderson's point, like, is there good visibility there on some of the uses that you have marked? Like, are they covered under professional services somewhere else? And I'm just trying to make the broader point, like maybe some of that visibility and sharing as to the uses of certain types of funds and what's allowed, what is not allowed.
Yeah.
May help bring impacts down on some of your budget items. Make sense?
I think you have Don where he's asking.
Yeah, Counselor Hamel.
Thank you. The issue I have is that I think that, John mentioned this earlier, the fund balance is the wrong place to start for anybody to look to find favorability in the budget. And I think that is supposed to be an emergency fund that's supposed to be covering our expenses if things go south. I mean, it's the absolute wrong place to start looking. And I know Tom is intimately familiar with the fund balance. And we're not where we should be going into this. And if we're going to be looking for that as the plug for this budget, I just adamantly opposed to that. And I think there are other places to look. I know everyone's trying to do the best they can with numbers that aren't going their way, particularly on the town side. I think we had a lot of numbers didn't go our way. And on the school side, they had some favorabilities that they didn't expect. But I think it's not consistent with where we left things last year with John Colucci's recommendations and with the finance committee that was in place, including Karen Shoup and me. So I was surprised and frankly offended by that when I read it and I watched the presentation of the budget as well.
I wasn't surprised or offended. I thought it was brilliant because I think, Don, we might have a different view on what an emergency constitutes, because for me, this year is a little bit of an emergency of what we're experiencing. And so I feel like this is giving money back to the taxpayers that they gave the town that we over collected. And it's only responsible for us to give that money back to them when we can. That 1 million or so came specifically from overestimating overlays. And I even wonder if we're overestimating what's in the budget for overlay, which again could be another area where we could reduce it. If the
The thing you're
assessor thinks
missing
it's
here,
possible.
John, I think the thing you're missing here is that the group that's most at risk are going to be the folks affected by the reval and reassessment. We have not shared numbers with them. I've said this repeatedly. Tom and the assessor continue to hold back on that. We're going to hear them later this
That's
month.
incorrect.
This
That's
should have been
that's
the
not a
first
true
bit of
statement.
news.
So I just want to be
I'll take that, John.
clear that.
Counselor Hamel.
Well, correct me then.
Counselor
And
Hamler,
then
you've been informed that everyone in this
Illuminate
town
me.
and this community will receive that information when it is ready to go. And that is a couple weeks from now. So I know you've been asking for it and I know you want it to be publicized, but if it's not known, I don't think it's worth sharing. I don't want to put out misinformation in this
I
community.
think that the
I don't think
assessor
anyone
has
else does
shared
either.
this in public meetings. I think the assessor has shared this in meetings orally, that have been held in town. So that is out there. Okay. It has not been formally announced, but and we've even heard the ranges. I'm not going to quote them because I'm not going to try to
That was a modeling exercise, Counselor Hamel.
grab
That
the
was not-
microphone from
That
him.
was not official numbers. Like, we need to be careful putting misinformation out into the community about the information that we have. And frankly, putting any numbers out there, to me, is irresponsible for us at this point when the assessor is doing his job. This is like this is normally what happens at this point in the budget process. He is running and crunching his numbers.
It's not new.
We get an estimate.
Hey,
Once we
John,
get that
I was here for
estimate,
the
then we
last
get a
reval.
final
I
number in
sat through
August,
that.
once things are finalized. So I just want to be very
John, I was here
careful
for
that
the
we're
last
not
reval.
putting out
I
misinformation.
was here for that.
One at a
about
time,
what's happening.
please, Counselor Hamel, one at a time. Counselor Anderson? You all set?
Yeah, I think, I just, we are
There's clearly
doing
some
the
disagreement
right,
here.
no, there is no disagreement. There is facts
Mhm.
and not facts. The facts are the assessor is doing his work right now. There's no official numbers to share with the public. The official numbers will get a sense of the situation come April 17th, which will give all of us the information we need to make informed decisions about this budget. Taxpayers will be getting their bills in late May, which has been consistently what the tax assessor has been saying he was gonna do over 9 months. So what I really worry is that misinformation is already out there, and, I don't like this particular pulpit being used to add to the misinformation. So I just want to put the facts out there and be very clear, there are no numbers.
Thank you, Counselor Anderson.
I would just like to say the following. I was here for the last reval, and I know how that went. And we had waited 8 years before that happened, and we waited another 4 years since then for us to get to this point. So I know completely what happened. The things that were promised didn't occur. And I think the fact that we are going to be getting information so late in the game is only going to make our jobs more difficult. Now, that's just what we're dealing with. I understand that. But I think it's going to be the biggest impact on the group of our population, the group of our public, which is most at risk. We've heard from the schools. We've heard from Tom talking about protecting staff, facilities, and equipment. I'm talking about elderly taxpayers in the 45 plus age range who are going to get potentially large tax increases, and they're going to get a couple of them potentially if their property gets reassessed. So I think that, I know it's going to happen this month, but we'll see how it goes. But I think that's going to make it very difficult for us to try to get people reorganized and refocused on the remaining pieces and steps and timing of the budget process. I'm very concerned we're not going to have enough time to factor that news in effectively.
And
Mr.
thank you,
Chair,
Counselor Hamel.
just-
I'm just gonna say in general, there's one thing we can control, and that is the spending that's in front of us, the budget that's in front of us. And so it's as far as that goes, and as far as I'm concerned, this is what we should be focusing on.
Mr.
This
Chair.
community is going to need services. We get that. How much, when, and how they're provided, that's another thing. How much we all need to pay for it, that's a different discussion. And I just want to make sure we are getting crunched on time, and I am fearful that we are entering into debate modes when in fact that we really need to start coming to some consensus regarding the direction we need the school and the town to head this budget. I mean, we need to get this refined. We need to give them guidance on where it needs to go. So I'm going to ask everyone once again, let's keep these short, succinct, and I don't even know if I have full clarification from this council as to whether or not there's any agreement that the level services funding for the 7 contracts are up. Are we all in agreement here that that's the high priority here, is keeping and retaining the staff that we have and respecting those negotiations?
Mr.
I'm not
Chair?
even sure we hit that. Counselor Katarina, just because you've been waiting so patiently.
Well, I was going to say something else, but I'm going to behave myself. No, I think that the most important capital for any business or any municipality are their people, our staff, and the people who do the work on a day-to-day basis. So I want to make sure that we are fair and do a good job with our contracts. And I don't want us saying going into contracts, well, we're gonna really, put you guys up against the wall and we don't want to look for any increases, et cetera, et cetera. But by the same token, I mean, I do know in the past, the unions have been very reasonable when they know our backs have been against the wall with budgets. I've seen that in our history. But again, I want us to keep in mind that the most important capital in any business or anything are your people. So I'm just wanted to put that out there.
Thank you. Counselor Hamel.
Yeah, I agree completely with what Jean Marie just said. I've spent a career in this field. These are negotiated agreements, so they by no means are things that that are imposed on us. We go through a process of collective bargaining. The framework is different for the schools and the town. I still have not seen data that suggests our packages or wages are not competitive. We are, in the past, we've used the practice, and I know Liam Gallagher's been very astute with this in terms of using employment cost index as well as a CPI index, cost consumer price index. You know, the last numbers we have, the first quarter for this year are not out yet, but the last numbers for the rolling 12-month period ending Q4 2023 was about 4.6%. So that's sort of right in the ballpark in terms of what our, you know, what some of the budget numbers were being shared for both the town and the school. So I think there's room for us to do the right thing like we've done in the past. And I think that, you know, that obviously is a goal, but it is negotiable, and it does have to be considered in view of our overall economic situation, including the revaluation and the reassessment.
Counselor Shoup and Cushing. I think I've heard Cushing already weigh in on this. Yes, you started it.
I just would like to clarify one thing, because I don't think we'll come back to it, about using the general fund. And that is,
But we are going to come back to that.
we are going, if we're going to come back to that, then I'll be all ready.
It's actually going to be my next question, probably. Yeah. Counselor Shoup, are you good on the contracts?
Yes, I think that should be a priority.
Thank you.
Great. Yes.
Okay. So.
Do you want me to weigh in, Nick?
Oh, welcome, April.
Surprise. I agree. I agree. Thank you for recognizing me. I apologize for being late. I agree that our contractual obligations, you know, they never seem to come at a good time. We no matter what, when we have multiple collective bargaining units that are open and we're trying to negotiate those contracts, there's always going to be competing pressures. And it's unfortunate that it is happening in a reevaluation year where a lot of things are, you know, potentially going to be putting pressure on our residents from different directions. But, you know, everything that we know and everything that we have all experienced about being in the business of people is that having these good, strong contracts always pays dividends. And so for me, definitely making sure that our competitive wages and good contracts are strong. So that's definitely where I'm at.
Thank you, Councilor Seiler. Our next question is going to be on the use, how we feel about the use of the fund balance to of $1 million. Is that correct, Tom? 985. Apologies for rounding up. Anyone's thought, Councilor Cushing, since you weighed in.
So first, when we give the money back to the taxpayer, I want to be clear, that shows up not we added it into the expense budget. It means we actually gave it back to them. Okay, so what we're doing, what we used that fund to basically say we're going to go into the savings account to fund our operating budget. You're right, it does have the effect of keeping taxes from going up, but it does not make them go down. Within that context, it feels to me like the way that you approach this is you do the budget without that money. And then you ask the question, what is it without that money that we're giving up? And then you ask, is this a good use of that fund? So to me, it's just a question of the order, and the discussion about the use of the general fund should be last in the conversation, not early on. That's all. So yes, I'm happy to use it if it seems like it's appropriate within the context of what we're trying to do.
Thank you, Councilor Cushing. Councilor Shoup.
Sure. I mean, I think I lean a little bit more towards Counselor Anderson's thoughts of, I mean, this is taxpayer money that we're holding in the fund balance. And so I would not be inclined to go with the Don direction of like, let's wait to the end. I'd like to maybe understand a little bit earlier on in the process. If there is excess, if there's funds available, because I think that would help the process along.
Thank you. Counselor Anderson?
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm like in between where, again, like I think we have a starting point that Tom has provided us as his recommendation. I think I'm comfortable with where we're starting. I think we should have that conversation intermittently as we go through the process. And if we get to the point where we find we want to use more of it and it's justified and there's a reason, I'm also comfortable going a little bit higher. I would like to make sure we get our financial advisor's opinion on this though, because I think ultimately getting his risk assessment in terms of what this means for our debt will also inform my comfort level in terms of going that far. I don't think using what Tom proposed is putting us in any financial long-term debt risk, given not only where we're projected to land at being over our goal, but knowing that that money in the long term is going to be dollar for dollar going back to our unassigned fund balance. That's going to allow us to exceed that goal, which will actually end up, based on our policy, going into a reserve fund anyways for us to use for capital and other things. So by fiscal policy, once we go over that threshold, which we would be doing likely this year, it's all going to go into reserves anyways. And then we're just going to be, again, banking money. And while, again, that may help us from a long-term debt perspective, I think we just have to also remember the credit agencies that are looking at us as a town with all other towns. So of course, other towns have other risky revenues that come in where they don't always collect. And that's why they need to be at 16, 17, whatever %. If you look at our track history of revenue collection, because it's mostly personal property tax, we're at like 98% or something, really, really high. So we're not a risk at paying our bills. That's ultimately what they're looking at. So our policy is pretty good at where it is. And again, anything we go above 10%, I would say, I feel like is money that we should always be asking ourselves, what is the best course of that? Is it giving it back to the taxpayers? Are there other investments we want to make? And so I think this year we're positioned to have those conversations, which I don't think we've been able to be positioned in the past years to have that. So sorry for the long.
Counselor Hamel?
Yeah, I think we ought to go back to actually reading what the fund balance says. You know, I know Tom talked in terms of, you know, he's proposing a modest use of unassigned fund balance of 985,000. This is not the first time we've done this. We've used unspent overlay in the past, but the unassigned fund balance does require that we maintain a balance equal to 10% of the town's operating budget. So, Tom, how does that number of 985 fit with the town's operating budget?
With confidence, my estimate is at the end of FY '25, we will be at least 11.8%. And
Okay.
I would think it's likely to be even higher than that with other positive budget experience. And I say that with confidence. I frankly have never been able to have confidence to answer such a question. But we are in a unique position that in the current budget year and in FY '25, we will essentially pay off the general fund deficit through the Higas Parkway TIF. And that is guaranteed, I'll say it is guaranteed money, dollar for dollar, that will increase fund balance. And so I have a high degree of confidence.
The only thing I'd say to that, Tom, I think it does make sense for us to look at other things. I know we're supposed to maintain a balance equal to 10% of the operating budget, not to fall below 8.33%. That's 1/12 of the town's operating budget. So if we are considering other things, I want to make sure that this does not continue to be the first place we look for a plug. I would much rather see us hold people's feet to the fire and cut where we can make cuts and not be monkeying around with this. Someday, hopefully this day will never come, but someday we could be at a point, if it's a particularly bad financial year, where it all of a sudden puts us in a position where we're trying to answer questions. You know, if we want to go out and take on debt, you know, so I just think, we've been, you know, we rely on the the head of finance, I guess that's Norman now, Tom, is that correct?
Mhm.
Who's really the person
Yes.
responsible for implementing this. So I think it would be good for us to get back to one final point, some regular review of our actual operating expenses. I don't think we've had a quarterly review in a while. I think maybe it would be time for us to slide one in here if we can. I know we have a tight calendar, but we seem to lose that discipline and cadence when we are dealing with a crisis, which I understand, but it's just hard to get back on track.
Just, Counselor, just very quickly, I would wholeheartedly agree. I can tell you for my purposes, the proposed use of fund balance was the very last decision that I made, and I labored over it, frankly. And I would encourage you to consider it in a similar light. And just to be clear, I have not proposed, nor has the council approved an authorized use of fund balance for over 10 years. I can say with confidence, we've been very steadfast in that commitment to not do that.
What
Counselor
about
Seiler.
overlay? What about
Hey,
overlay?
Don, I really got to get through this. We're real short on time. Is
I
there, is there a
understand.
way you
Yeah,
could,
it's-
put some of those questions down into that, spreadsheet? And hopefully the
I'd be
staff
happy
can
to
get
do
back to
that.
you.
Yeah, I'll be happy.
Thanks,
tomorrow.
Don.
Thanks.
April?
Thanks, Nick. I just want to say, I understand Counselor Hamill's position and kind of like the push and pull that happens with this account. But I just want to say, I actually don't view it as a plug. I think as long as we are operating within the confines of our fiscal policy and we have a balance that is in line with the 12%, Tom can speak with a high degree of confidence what that number is. I actually think that this isn't necessarily one of the last places we should look. I think that this is money that we collected from the taxpayers that should be put back and restored to the taxpayers. So I'm perfectly fine using this as a tool for adjusting our tax ask.
Thanks, Counselor Seiler. Counselor Katarina.
Yes, you heard me before, let's restore money to the taxpayers. If we're at the upper end of this fund balance, then I think that it, needs to go back to the taxpayers, and I agree that I think it needs to be figured in right from the beginning. Let's put it right in there. Just makes sense to me.
Thank you, Counselor Katarina. For what it's worth, my thoughts, I think I'm coming at this from two perspectives. One is it is a taxpayer money, and I get that. Two, the longer term outlook on this, I think my overall concern would be if you do use the money this year, it is kind of quote unquote filling a gap, for better or for worse. Next year, when the budget comes up, are we now going to need to be discussing using the fund balance again? Unless there's an unexpected increase in revenues. Is that correct? So I think I would be hesitant to use this, and I appreciate the fact that you've outlined that this is kind of a last resort use of the money. So I would just like to be mindful of that. And I think in general, I want to say the longer term concerns is what I'm worried about in general on these budgets. As it relates to the school side, there's $2 million of newfound money from the state. That's great, but what happens when it disappears next year? We're now going to fund 2 million there. We're now going to have to find $1 million that we met from so we're already $3 million in the hole going into next year's budget. So those are the longer concerns I have. And then also just from this budgeting perspective to the capital improvement projects, we know what's coming up on the horizon. We don't know maybe exactly when, but we know what's coming on the horizon. And you're right, there are wants in this town and there are needs in this town. And I know there's a desire at some point in time to improve the services and the amenities of this town. How does that all fit in the longer term scheme of things? There's no easy solution here. And it's never going to be a good time to spend money. That's what I've come to the conclusion. It's just never going to be a good time. Next year, it's going to be, this year it's the reval. Next year, it's a $3 million hole I just showed you. I just showed you. And then it's a land bond for conservation efforts. It's, that's one thing after another. There is going to have to be investment from this community. So I want to give, I do want to provide council a quick break before we head into our official session. So I want to give the last word here to the school board, who was so kind to join us this evening. What do you want to hear from us that can help you as you go through this process? Is there something that you wanted to hear this council say that can help as you go through this? Did you need clarification on something?
I
Yeah, go
gonna say
Yeah.
you can chime in after me, but no, I think what you're asking for is just, it's a different presentation than we've given in the past, and I think that's perfectly fine. So asking tough questions, there's nothing wrong with that. It's up to us to come up with the answers. So I think it's just a matter of presentation, and then we can dive into the numbers and get to what makes the most sense for everybody. So I'm, I mean, we have needs, a lot of it's mandatory, some of it's not. So let's figure it out and figure out what the best solution is, so. That's.
No, I think I'm good. I think that covers it. I didn't hear anything outside of changing up the presentation, making it make sense, making it, making the numbers understandable. I understand that. I guess if there, again, I'll ask if there's going to be a change, the sooner you can tell us, the better. If that goalpost is moving, that I think our people would really appreciate knowing that. And then just really coming at this with an understanding of who our bottom line is. You know, it's a little bit different from your side, and I get that, but if we could come from there. And I mean, I don't sit here asking for anything without knowing that who I'm asking, who am I asking this of? I'm asking this of all of the single parents, all of the elderly people who have lost their state funding. I get all of that, and it weighs very heavily on me. But I also know that at the end of the day, we have these children that have very real needs, and they deserve a good education. And so it's trying to find the balance between the two. That's where I'm at.
All
I
right.
don't know if Leanne has anything she'd like to add.
Oh, yeah.
Leanne, are you?
No, I think a lot has been said tonight. We'll take a look at this from our end, Shannon, and find out where we can try to meet in the middle.
Well, thank you. And I want to give special thanks. I'm going to wrap up this meeting. There are plenty of things that we did not address. So if counselors and board members from the Board of Education as well want to take a look at those questions that were on the workshop, I think it would be great if we all could just maybe chime in through the budget. There's a Excel sheet, I believe, on our Google Drive, and we can start maybe weighing in on some of those items just to help the finance committees from both sides of this get a better idea of where we're at. Special thanks, though, to Councilor Hamel for taking time out of his vacation in Vietnam to join us. I'm completely astounded by your dedication to this. So thanks for showing up. Love the shirt.
Thanks.
And I hope you enjoy the rest of your vacation.
Thanks.
Yes.
I just want to
I'm
put in a,
staying on for the, go ahead.
go ahead, Counselor Hamel.
No, I was gonna say, I'm just trying to
I just want-
compete with Counselor Anderson for the shirt, you know, the team shirt.
I was gonna say
so.
you're wearing my banana
That's-
shirt.
Thanks.
So I just want to, we had our conversation, and so I just want to invite the public to roundtables that we'll be having. So the first one is Saturday, April 20th at 10 a.m. at the Public Safety Building. And right now I have myself, Counselor Seither, and Shannon as attendees at that particular roundtable. The next one is Monday, April 22nd at 6 p.m. at Town Hall. And then Wednesday, April 24th at 5 p.m. at Town Hall. So, you heard us tonight kind of discuss a few things. There's gonna be meetings coming up where we'll be digging in, but that's a great opportunity that if you have thoughts or opinions about the things we discussed tonight, please come discuss them with the counselors and the board together so that we can use that as another mechanism to get input into the process.
Thank you. All right. With that, I'll adjourn the workshop. We do have a regular meeting starting at 7 p.m. So thank you again to the Board of Education for coming here this evening, and hopefully it was some help and assistance. We'll see you in 10 minutes. Good evening, everyone, and thank you for joining us for the April 3rd, 2024 Town of Scarborough Council meeting. If you could all join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation,
And under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
But Don, he threw me off.
Next, Tony, could you take the roll, please?
Counselor Scyther,
Here?
Counselor Cushing,
Here.
Counselor Shu,
Here.
Counselor Katarina,
Here,
Trammell,
Here,
Chair Anderson,
Here.
and Chairman McGee,
Here.
all present. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just for clarification's sake, we do have a couple counselors online this evening for a variety of reasons. We are going to have to do all of our votes via roll call this evening for that. Okay. Next, we have general public comments. Before we jump into that, I'd just like to remind everyone that's here this evening that you have 3 minutes to talk. We ask that you please limit your comments to anything that would be pertinent to this community. We do have our rules of conduct up here in chapter 302. Basically, to summarize it, be respectful, direct any questions through the chair, try not to be disparaging to anyone. And if you are here to speak on a topic, go up there, state your name, and 3 minutes is a little light. You'll see it blink, and that means your time is up. Okay? So we welcome whoever wants to kick this off.
Excuse me. Hi, Tim Lambert, Iris Drive. Over the years, Scarborough leadership has demonstrated they understand the importance of conservation. They understand that we're highly susceptible to climate change, that that decisions made in the past generations affect us, and that the decisions we make today affect future generations. We have multiple committees in place to ensure sustainability of natural resources, such as the Conservation Commission, whose mission statement spells out clearly, Scarborough's natural resources are a unique and irreplaceable asset. Few towns in Maine have the diverse resources as Scarborough. These natural resources are being lost or threatened as Scarborough grows. We have ordinances in place that protect wildlife, waterways, and accommodate EV charging. And you're about to discuss a program tonight to encourage energy efficient buildings. We see our roads flooding multiple times a year, and we know we need to act, and we're even turning one road back into marshland. So why some of Scarborough's government is pushing for a 4-lane highway through one of the most sensitive areas of town is beyond me. We know this is bad for the wildlife and bad for the environment, and we've been through this before. Scarborough's a member of the Long Creek Management District, which has worked to fix damage caused by the mall area with development over there. Businesses have eliminated dozens of acres of impervious surface. Water runoff from impervious surfaces warms and threatens the very ecosystem we're trying to protect. Letting the MTA lay down more pavement in that area where we've been trying to protect is a slap in the face to the companies that have worked hard to restore it. Why make the same mistakes again? Last week, over 300 people showed up at HNTB's presentation. 45 people spoke out against the project and just 2 were in favor. If you've got 3 hours to spare, I encourage you to listen to what everyone had to say. Many spoke about the importance of Redbrook, and many spoke about one of Southern Maine's most endangered species, a working farm. It's clear where citizens stand on the issue. Few think a 4-lane highway is needed, and less think it's a good idea to take land from a farm that has resisted urbanization for so long. Scarborough's comprehensive plan states areas west of the turnpike with significant natural resources and habitat value that support natural resource industry should continue to be rural areas. Within these areas, development should retain the rural character and protect natural resources. Natural resources, agricultural land, and open space should be protected. The statute that allows the MTA to build this road states that they must minimize effects on the community in accordance with the local comprehensive planning. The MTA's plan is in direct opposition to Scarborough's comprehensive plan. The road, which could be the beginning of Interstate 92, will not benefit the people of Scarborough. It will not benefit the environment, farmers. It will not benefit pedestrians or cyclists. It will not fix existing roads. Rush hour at the overlap was there 30 years ago when I commuted to USM. We've dealt with it for a long time, and Maine DOT's own data actually shows that traffic has decreased there. Rather than wrecking North Scarborough and a family farm forever, the focus should be fixing on that 1/8 of a mile bottleneck, which could be cheaper, less invasive, less damaging to the environment. I urge you to reconsider your positions on the MTA project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lambert.
Good evening. My name is Michael Knight. I live at 776 County Road, Westbrook, and live on Smiling Hill Farm. What I just passed out to you folks, I guess your town manager signed, and basically I'd read it to you, but I forgot my glasses tonight. So this was guidelines that the town agreed to give the Maine Turnpike Authority to go by. And section 5, as you can see on there, if you're wearing glasses, you can see that, you know, protect farmland, protect wetlands, protect Red Brook. And the Maine Turnpike Authority has done everything but protect that. So I brought this picture. It's a beautiful picture. As you can see, try to get to the mic. It's a beautiful picture. My brother Warren brought to the meeting a week or so ago. Had the turnpike draw a line through there where the turnpike's going to go. And when I met with Mr. Mills, he came out to Hillside. I said I wanted a picture of what this bridge is going to look like that I have to stare at if this goes through by eminent domain. And they brought a picture, and what I didn't realize was they're going to build a bridge over Red Brook plus another 20 feet high on top of that. But that section that goes across the field, it does not die down. It goes up 20 feet all the way across the field. That's a berm, and that beautiful view with all those trees are gone. I'll never see them again. But we need to protect this and protect the farm. It's very hard to make a living on a farm. As you can see, nobody's complaining about the cost of milk because it always stays low. And it's pretty bad when water costs more than milk, and it's hard to be in the dairy business. And it's hard when the government comes in and wants to take your land by eminent domain. I also want to say, I live right across the street and I keep track of all the traffic that happens to go by. And very rarely does the traffic back up now post-COVID. So I don't know when they're doing their surveys or whatever. The meeting the other night, and I thought the gentleman before me, Tim Lambert, said, I'd urge you to watch it. And there were a lot of good ideas in that meeting. Broadband internet, people can work from home. They can't because they don't have the internet. You know, my suggestion is, you know, we've talked about schools starting an hour late. When school's not in session, no traffic jam, ever, not. So if you could do traffic, I mean, put schools an hour later, keeps the school buses off the road an hour later, and it eases the traffic. And we've got three, well, we got two, Angus Parkway and the one from Maine Medical Center down. Those things aren't packed. Scarborough doesn't need another one. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Knight.
Hi, my name is Ruth Libby and I am at 62 County Road. And I've been at 62 County Road for 63 years. And these are all like bullet points. I will go into it deeper, but I think the biggest thing for me is, especially the picture that Mike just showed, I literally and very truthfully, just about every fall, take that photo and send it to my niece in New York and my son in North Carolina to remind them of what their home area used to look, or still looks like. And to have a bridge there would be awful. That's just one of them. But I don't know how many people realize that there is a clay bowl under North Scarborough. It's about a 5-mile radius between Scarborough, Gorham, Westbrook. And the more houses that are being built and that craziness that was built in Westbrook, it is cracking that clay bowl left and right. For probably the last 7 years, we have not been able to drink our water. There's too much iron coming up in it. And the more that's built, the worse it's going to get. So with all this blasting that's going to happen, it's just going to make it worse. Not to mention the blasting for the animals, the blasting for our own homes, our own selves. The resource center now that I run is against the turnpike over by Unum. And we just went through 2 years ago when they just widened the turnpike there, all the blasting, and it literally was probably within 200 feet of our back door to our building. So I know what it feels like when you don't hear the horn and it goes from right up through your feet to your head. It's horrible. It's a horrible feeling. But then the other thing too is just being able to walk County Road. One of the things that Scarborough has never done is ever take care of County Road. They don't take care of County Road. You've never been able to safely walk County Road. Even half of 114, you can't walk 114. You can't ride your bicycle on either side. Just giving County Road and 114 a bike lane, like you take care of this end of 114. That's all we've ever asked for, is just give us some place that we can walk and we can ride our bike. My oldest son tried a number of times to ride his bicycle from County Road through Portland to the Portland Country Club. It was just too dangerous. County Road was the worst part for him just to get into Portland. From there on, he was fine, but County Road was the worst. And so I can't even imagine what it would be like for the people that do. My neighbor does run County Road, and the people that ride their bicycles across to go through a throughway under a bridge and through, I mean, it won't even make sense. But then pay attention to the amount of animals that are in that field every day. If you are ever seeing the geese there right now, and the geese, I mean, there's like hundreds upon hundreds of geese in the fall in that field. And those geese and the ducks that are there are going to be drinking that salt water that is going into the brook. And if you're paying attention to how much that brook overflows after a storm like this rainstorm and the one we just had, I don't know how big that gets, Mike. You had pictures of it. But it overflows massively, and it's going to be underneath that bridge, and that salt from all the stuff on the roads is going down into that water. So there's probably a whole bunch of other things, but please, please, please pay attention to this stuff. We're not just trying to be a pain in the butt. We don't want a road near us. There's so much more than that.
Thank you, Ms. Libby. If you're in the audience, you want to speak, you can line up if you like. Just. I'm gonna ask you to repeat that into the microphone because there's people watching at home that are gonna
Sorry.
want to hear that too.
That is a petition that includes.
And sorry, could we
100
just get your name?
Oh, Sherry Fasulo,
Thank you, Sherry.
and I live at 37 New Road here in Scarborough. That's a petition with 120 names on it with residents from Scarborough that are opposed to this connector. I am here as a proud resident and business owner here in Scarborough. I implore you to reconsider this council's previous support for the main turnpike expansion. It will fundamentally change the entire neighborhood, and this project is not substantiated by robust cost-benefit analysis. Nearly 5.5 years ago, I bought a parcel of land on New Road with the intent of building a dream house. I selected the spot since it was a quiet street with lots of flora and fauna. It was a serene spot that I never imagined could exist in such close proximity to the city. And I felt so much like the rural country. And then I knew that something like this, I believed that it would exist in the town of Scarborough. And that is why I pursued this in Scarborough. I failed to mention that my property is next to Running Hill Road, and that is also part of where this expansion is going to be running parallel to, and that is why I am here to speak about this. The main turnpike expansion will disrupt not only my paradise, but will have an adverse impact on the local environment. It will contaminate local rivers and brooks. The habitats of wildlife will be forever disturbed by this expansion. And tragically, the bucolic Smiling Hill Farm that has been in existence since the 1700s will be cut up by eminent domain. 47 acres of farmland will be taken, with another 70 acres marked as unavailable. In a state where farms are so critical to providing healthy food to our communities, how can we possibly justify the taking of this farm that has been in operation in our community for well over 224 years? And think about the fact that that's longer than this country has existed as a whole. And let's take a closer look at the implications for the residents. The blasting and construction will adversely impact my well with increased sediment and thousands of dollars of remedial repairs. I currently have a system in there that I've spent thousands on, and it is struggling to keep up with the sediment that currently exists. All of the blasting will clearly impact foundations. This damage may not manifest immediately, but hairline fractures can morph into serious foundation compromise and repairs. And tell me, counselors, who wants to live next to a highway? Studies show that the exhaust from cars may not only affect air quality, but may lead to a higher incidence of cancer in our area. And let's take a moment to consider the value of property with the advent of a highway next door. Who wants to live next to the sound and smell of cars on a major highway? Remember, I bought my house because it was quiet and surrounded by beautiful flora and fauna. And now I will have to exist in a house next to a highway that doesn't even talk about what is happening in the interim with the gutting of the land, the blasting of rock, and the loud noise of trucks in my backyard. As representatives of our community, please reconsider the adverse implications this project will have. Once we build this, we can't undo it. If it's a mistake, the town will be paying for that mistake for decades. Please speak to my neighbors who don't believe they can do anything to save our neighborhood from this fate. Hear the concerns of the many people who have already signed this petition opposing the project, and let us find solutions that don't risk changing our neighborhoods for the worse forever. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fasula.
I also have a couple pictures of my property, just to kind of give you an idea of what it is. Thank you.
Hello.
Hi, welcome.
My name is Rebecca Lilly, and I'm a resident of Scarborough. I live on Ridgeway Road. I am also one of the owners of Smiling Hill Farm. In looking at the comprehensive plan for Scarborough that was done in 2021, under strategic statements, it specifically says significant natural resources, agricultural land, and open space should be protected and interconnected, a network of public open space developed where feasible. I do not see this MTA project as adhering to that guideline. Smiling Hill Farm has always been open to visitors and been able to welcome folks of all ages to come and learn about farming, and within a close proximity to Portland. And there were other farms growing up that were nearby, and those have all since disappeared. I certainly don't want the same thing to happen to my family farm because of this. This plan also mentioned interconnectivity and trails. Smiling Hill Farm works with the trail system in Portland, where you can now get onto a trail on Brighton Avenue and walk all the way to the farm by a series of interconnected trails. So we've opened that up as well. So we're willing to work with folks. We like to have them come and visit the farm. But this road through our property, I just can't even think about it. Secondarily, I think that any members of the council who have come out and directly opposed this based on personal reasons should recuse themselves from further discussion in this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lilly.
Good evening. My name is Tillman Reitzel. I live at 23 Chamberlain Road in Scarborough, which is one of the neighborhoods that's been losing its trees at an alarming rate. And I understand that growth requires moving trees and building roads and all that. And it was the kind of thing that I was very excited about as a young person. And I spent a greater portion of my formative years in the New York metro area. And eventually I fell in love with a Mainer because I loved her sense of having her own opinion and appearing to be sane. When she and I met, we lived in upstate New York. I was living in upstate New York, and she eventually got homesick. She's from Scarborough, and I thought, well, I'm so glad you're homesick for Scarborough, Maine. We've lived here together for the last 14 years, and being from New York or from the New York area, there's a hero to a lot of New Yorkers. His name is Yogi Berra. He was a baseball player, which some of you may have heard of, but he was once approached. Somebody mentioned something about a very popular restaurant in New York City to him, and Yogi Berra said, "Oh, that place, yeah, nobody goes there. It's too crowded." And what I'm getting at is that the massive changes that are hitting Scarborough and the growth of this area and this community are exciting and scary as heck. And the thing that I'm particularly concerned about is that all the reasons for living in Scarborough, Maine, are jeopardized by growth that is not happening at a sustainable pace or scale. And my feeling is that building a 4-lane highway right through Smiling Hill Farm will not really change anything for the better. It'll make it faster, perhaps, getting from A to B, but the price, I think, is enormous to pay for that. I feel like if one were to build highways because of congestion, I would encourage planners and builders to look at alternatives that encourage bicycling, walking, and years ago, I visited a town in Germany that had turned its entire main street that stretched for about 3-4 miles through the center of town. They turned this 3-mile stretch into a pedestrian zone, and I was amazed and said, how did they do it? And said, well, we just decided we wanted to, avoid congestion and get the traffic around the town. So they built a highway around the town, and so the highways are just as crowded as anywhere else, but the center of that town is walkable, and one can move using a bicycle. So I would encourage, if anyone's putting in 4-lane highways, also make life better for communities by building bike paths, expanding public transport, one shuttle bus going west and east on 25 can help mitigate traffic. And I really beg for Southern Maine to not make the mistakes of the New York metro area, the Boston metro area. It's painful, but growth is exciting. And, whoever moves into the houses that are going where the trees were in my neighborhood, nobody living in those houses will be crying for those trees, but I am crying for these trees right now because I just see the before and after, and that's always hard. Change is hard, but I encourage all all the opposing sides to realize that this is our community, our neighborhood, and let's make this better for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tinsel. It's Ransel, is that correct? Did I say Tinsel? Sorry, Ransel.
How you doing? My name's Jason Plummer. I live 26 Running Hill Road. And I'm in the path of the bypass. I bought this property, years ago as a kid, and I said, I'm not gonna have anyone's not gonna be any closer than they are right now. It's always gonna be like this. Well, till Peter Mills came in the driveway and said, we want to take half your property. And I'm just, and they want to get out of it as cheap as possible. So for me to just take the money and still live there with 4 lanes of traffic, it's 200 yards from my house. And then, what is my property worth after, and who will want to buy it? And I think there could be a lot of, better ways to go about the traffic problem. This was yesterday, I was at Nonsuch River Golf Course at 5:10. I was past Cumberland Farms at 5:22. It was 12 minutes. And after Cumberland Farms, there's no more traffic. And then I had to go to the Gorham town meeting. I left my house at Running Hill Road 10 of 6, and there was no traffic. And if you happen to notice down at the end of the, down by Target, where the Blue Cross building is, the parking lot's empty. No one even goes to work there anymore. They're all working from home. I've seen, the traffic has died. And they're talking, about the study that was done in 2012. I think maybe they need to go back to the drawing board and, take a look at that, because it has changed. But for a few minutes out of your day to sacrifice all the open land that's there, I have pictures of every wildlife in Maine in my backyard. And I think it'd just be a hard go to have to go start over again, because how am I gonna replace 17 acres in Scarborough? I don't know if you could find it again. And nor do they want to pay me for it. So, I'm supposed to just walk away and get a slap on the back and say, that's as good as it's gonna get. So I think we could rethink this and do something better. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Plummer. Is there anyone online, Liam? Any other public comments? All right, with that, I'm going to close public comments, and typically we're here to listen. And I've often said that sometimes maybe we should be speaking once we get some of the feedback we receive. So for those of you in the audience, and I know that it's a really passionate topic, our approach here as a council and part of our goal setting to support something in theory and conceptually, saying we're aware of big traffic problems in the area, and we're open to hearing ideas on how to alleviate them, is different than full support for specific proposal. And for what it's worth, I think we here are more of the mindset that we want to hear more about the process. I think Tom is going to announce that we want more public hearings on this. We want to understand better the impacts. But I think comments like yours I just don't want you to think these fall on deaf ears. I think this is all part of our process. We're here to listen and understand it better. We're learning details about the Gorham connector, just as you are. There's very little that's coming to us ahead of anything that you're seeing, and it is an MTA project. So I just want you to make you aware, we're incredibly sensitive to it. I live in that area of town. I love it for its beauty. I've been stuck in that traffic, and it's not a ton of fun. But you know, personally, you know, what's 12 minutes of my life versus a lost vista, so, or a lost working farm. Anyways, I appreciate your comments this evening, all right? Next item on our agenda is minutes, March 20th, 2024. Is there a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? I'm going to call the roll. Counselor Cushing,
Yes.
Counselor Shoup,
Yes.
Counselor Anderson,
Yes.
Counselor Seither,
Yes.
Counselor Hamel,
Yes.
Counselor Katarina,
Yes.
Counselor McGee, yes. Sure, that's unanimous. Thank you very much. Next item is adjustments to the agenda. I do have one suggestion here. Order number 24-306, I'm sorry, 0306, 036. I'm having trouble this evening. I'd like to move that to the top of new business, right in front of order number 24-033. The reason being is we do have a guest here to speak on that topic tonight. That is from Efficiency Maine, and I like to be kind of considerate of their time this evening, taking the time out to come from Augusta, I imagine, in that region. So
I'll second.
thank you. I have a motion and I have a second. Any discussion on that? Okay. Counselor Cushing.
Yes.
Counselor Shoup.
Yes.
Counselor Anderson.
Yes.
Counselor Katarina.
Yes.
Counselor Seither.
Yes.
Counselor Hamel.
Yes.
Counselor McGee. Yes. Thank you. So that's unanimous. All right. Item number 7 is treasurer's warrants. I did sign all those before the meeting this evening. Item 8 is the town manager's report. Tom?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Perhaps I'll reorder my comments, just given the fact that, you know, one of my talking points is pertinent to the public comment you just received. As the council's aware, and I've really deliberately tried to include a report out on the Gorham Connector project consistently. I think you've looked back through the last year or so. I've provided, you know, a little update if I could. And my involvement is really directly involved, based on the council's direction to be an active participant in that process. Mr. Knight, who cited a particular section of a memorandum of understanding, I was really pleased with that citation, and because I really pushed hard for that very language to be in that MOU. So those aren't just words on paper. Those are there in large part because municipalities were part of the process and insisted that we make certain that our quality of life, kind of all those things beyond just building a roadway, are a real part of that consideration. In terms of where we are in this process, you know, every project you know, needs some time for information. This concept has been talked about for 30 years or so. We are now finally to a point of actually having a proposed alignment, and this is all about all of us seeing it for the first time, reacting to it, and all of you providing input. The council chair mentioned, I think I'd like to suggest that Scarborough host a public meeting. At this point, I would suggest we do it in June after we get through our budget process. But I think it's important. We've got a room full here tonight, and I suspect there's many others that would be equally interested in learning more about the project and providing direct input to their legislative officials. So with your blessing, I'd like to work with the Turnpike Authority to arrange that for sometime in late June.
Tom, if I could just quickly ask, in your mind, would it be appropriate to see if our state representatives would join us for a meeting like that?
Sure. I know Senator Brunner was at the last one. I suspect she would be very interested in being part of that.
Sure, Councilor Anderson?
Yeah. How is this different or in addition to what was already planned to be in Scarborough in May?
I don't necessarily think it would be different then. It would be just another opportunity for folks to learn more about the project, and more importantly for us to receive input on that proposed project. I didn't take attendance at the meeting, but as was reported, I guess there were 300 or so in attendance at that first public meeting. I think there was as many online as well. And I know they had nearly 100 written comments beyond that was those that were offered in person. So clearly this is an area of interest, and I'd love to do our part to make sure that that all of you understand and our public understands what the proposal is, and that you receive the proper input with that proposal.
I have one more follow-up question. So when would be the next official council action where we would actually give an opinion on this? Because that's where I feel like the public is looking for us to say something. And I feel like while I want to respect the process MTA is going through, I also want the opportunity to share my point of view on this. Unfortunately, I wasn't at the workshop where this happened, so I haven't been able to. I can reserve my comments for, I plan to reserve my comments for councilor comment at the end of the meeting, unfortunately, for people who probably don't need to stick around for that. But I do want to make sure we do have a clear point in time where we as a body are making a statement and have that opportunity. And so I just look to leadership to figure out with Tom, when is that right time for us to take action?
Yeah, just quickly to answer the question, in my mind, there's no set schedule. There's no specific action that is needed or contemplated. So if you wish to have one, I think you need to make that opportunity. Previous actions, there's been 2 occasions where Scarborough Town Council has taken action, and that's to join into a joint memorandum of understanding with 3 other communities. And so those were, that's kind of how those actions came forward. If you wish to take your own independent action, that's certainly something you could do. So I'll certainly work with leadership to understand what that might be and when the timing might be right. Okay. Quickly, budget development. Obviously, I presented the budget with the superintendent last week. The council had a joint workshop just before this meeting tonight. And the Finance Committee is scheduled to convene some detailed review sessions next Thursday and Friday morning. All of that information is available certainly on our budget portal. Very pleased to get, roll up our sleeves and get involved in budget review. Quick update on January storms. There was an official federal disaster declaration issued on March 30th. That's something we've been waiting for. We did offer the public safety building classroom to serve as a FEMA recovery center. I think they've looked elsewhere. Their needs were quite stringent. They needed exclusive use for 30 days in a locked, there were a lot of requirements. We just simply couldn't meet all of them. But I assure you, there'll be 2 or 3 locations in the county that's available for anyone to avail themselves of. In terms of proceeding with some of the infrastructure damage, next week we'll be awarding a bid for all the repair work at Higgins Beach. And that has a very tight timeline associated work to be completed by Memorial Day. We had a pre-construction meeting today, mandatory, I would note. We had 2 firms attend. So we can expect we'll have at least 2 bidders, which gives me some comfort. With respect to Black Point Road repair, this is a much more, a much larger undertaking. And it really, a lot of it hinges on regulatory requirements and compliance. And so we've done initial engineering assessment, and we need to engage DEP to better understand what the path forward is. So I'm in communications with the Prouts Neck Improvement Association to keep them advised. But as we expected, that's a much more expensive and complicated project that's going to take a lot longer to accomplish. Ice storm damage from a couple weeks ago. There was massive tree damage townwide. I suspect there wasn't a property in town that didn't have a limb or 2 or 10 down. The town, for its part, is kind of methodically moving through town, starting on main roads first, picking up any debris that's roadside within the right-of-way. And then we'll, after that's complete, we'll make our way back into the neighborhoods and the subdivisions. Just to be frank, I think it'll be weeks, if not months, before we're kind of through the entire town. That's fairly slow work. And today's a great example. We had to switch out take off our plow gear and the sanders out of the truck so we could haul limbs, only to put all that back together in the last 2 days for tonight and tomorrow. So that's a bit of a setback, but we do intend to stay committed to that and work our way through the town. Quickly, the short-term rental ordinance. This is something that we're finally putting pen to paper, developing the actual ordinance language. Again, broad brush, this will be focusing on registration only as a starting point. And at this point, in working with council leadership, we've reserved time for a council workshop on June 5th to talk about some of the particulars there. And all of this points toward implementation the first of next year, so January 25. So I think there's good lead, build up and lead time to educate folks. Close the Gap, that's the Eastern Trail Connection Project. I don't have much to report. I have a check-in tomorrow morning, so perhaps I'll have more details at your next meeting. Alder Hall, I am pursuing a sale of that building to the Historical Society. And actually, I have an action item on the agenda this evening that will formally give me authorization to pursue that in earnest. Just as a note, I will obviously follow the real estate disposition policy. That's probably a 60 to 90-day process by the time I collect all the input from the required individuals and entities. So this probably is going to come back to you formally sometime early summer. Payne Road, specifically 380 Payne Road. This is that area of Payne Road across from Pleasant Hill Preserve, just over the Nonsuch River there. You might have noticed there's a container that's appeared several months back. There's a bunch of debris strewn across the lot. We are kind of in an active enforcement mode. We've issued notice of violations, met with the property owner on multiple occasions, all with the intent to have the container removed, which we incidentally have secured. So there's no one coming or going from that facility at this point, and obviously clean up the property at the same time. So I assure you that's a high priority for staff. Perhaps Councilor Shoup will speak to this in more detail later, but the community center process continues. I think that ad hoc group is anxious to share some of their concepts and not just concepts, a lot of some detailed work has been done to that point on April 24th from 3 to 7 at the Wentworth School cafeteria. They are having a bit of an open house to, again, share kind of the progress that they've made so far and get some public reaction to it. Lastly, and I'll be very quick, I'm pleased to have been invited to be part of the superintendent search process, and I'll be participating in first round interviews on Wednesday, April 10th. Also very pleased to report that we do have 2 candidates for the open seats on the Board of Education. Shannon Lindstrom has taken papers out and returned them. And then Alyssa Peterson is someone I just became to know through the school building committee. Very excited. We were a bit anxious that we had 2 seats and not 2 people to run for them, but we do now. And lastly, I just want to mention on a bit of a somber note, a longtime town employee, finance director Ruth Porter passed away last Friday. Ruth, for many of you who knew her, her last year and a half or so with the town, she was been quite sick. She persevered, was just remarkable. She really didn't miss much time in that, though she was very sick, and ultimately just succumbed to her illness. Again, she gave 42 years of extremely dedicated service to town, and I just feel bad for certainly her family and for her. She didn't have time to enjoy retirement, and was a wonderful lady that will be dearly missed. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Any questions on the manager's report for Tom? Councilor Anderson?
Tom, we received a couple emails today that I think the fire chief responded to in terms of, warming centers and things. So I'm just hoping you can recap that in case anybody from the public watches or has questions.
Yeah, I saw one come in, and I saw the fire chief did respond to it. I think my understanding of that inquiry had more to do with the chronically unhoused population. And that's different than a shelter or warming center set up to deal with a particular disaster or emergency situation. Scarborough is not, and in the near future will not be in a position to find solutions for chronically unhoused individuals. That's unfortunate, but that's the truth at this point. In the event that we have residents, needing support and shelter because of emergency situations, we certainly will stand those facilities up. The rule of thumb is that we don't stand them up immediately, essentially 24 hours. It's logistically very difficult to put these up. In fact, we commandeer a plumber gym at the high school, and as you might expect, it can be very disruptive. So we're ready and willing to deploy those plans if the situation arises.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Tom? Okay,
Thank you.
seeing none. Thank you, Tom. Seeing none, I'm gonna move over to old business. Sorry, not old business. We are into order number 24-027. It's a public hearing and second reading on the proposed amendments to chapter 311, the Town of Scarborough Schedule of License, Permit, and Application Fees. We do have a recommended amendment to this. If I'm, Tony, I'm gonna ask you to correct me if I am incorrect on this, but the motorcycle tow dash same as vehicle due to special equipment, that you want to be combined up with the vehicle tow that exists is about 8
Correct.
lines up, 10 lines up?
Yes,
Is combining the two, correct?
that's correct.
Okay,
Yeah, so the effect of which all the fees that would go below that would be applicable for both vehicles and motorcycles, as opposed to a differential fee for
Yes.
motorcycles.
so with that, Ed, I know this is second reading, so Tony, do you have anything to
As
introduce
we,
or?
Last meeting, we tabled the request for the mooring weight fees. So the only items that you'll be voting on this evening is the traffic amendment for the towing and the miscellaneous fees for the late renewal applications.
Thank you. All right. So, with that explanation, is there, we have opportunity for public comment on this item. Is there anyone that would like to speak on the schedule of fees that was being presented? Seeing none, I'm going to close public comment. Is there a motion?
So moved.
I have a motion. Is there a second? Thank you. Is there a motion to amend?
I can move to amend to make the recommendation that you brought forward.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. So, discussion on the amendment. Seeing none, I'm going to close discussion. All in favor of the amendment, Counselor Cushing,
Yes.
Counselor Shoup,
Yes.
Counselor Anderson,
Yes.
Counselor Hamel,
Yes.
Counselor Seither, Counselor Katarina,
Yes.
and Counselor McGee. Yes. Counselor Seither, if audio returns, let us know.
Sorry.
Oh, you
Sorry.
froze.
I
Okay,
didn't know
I
you
think
couldn't hear me.
froze. Yes. Are you in favor of the amendment?
Yes.
Thank you. I show that as unanimous. Now to the main motion as amended. Any discussion? Seeing none, I'm going to close discussion. All in favor, Counselor Cushing,
Yes.
Counselor Shoup,
Yes.
Counselor Anderson,
Yes.
Counselor Hamel,
Yes.
Counselor Seither,
Yes.
Counselor Katarina,
Yes.
Counselor McGee says yes. I'm sure that is unanimous. Thank you. Next item on tonight's agenda is order number 24028. It's a public hearing and second reading on the new request for a cannabis establishment license from Sola Edibles DBA Dose Maine LLC located at 71 Pleasant Hill Road, Unit C for a medical cannabis products manufacturing facility, and Solo Edibles DBA Solift LLC located at 71 Pleasant Hill Road, Unit C for an adult cannabis products manufacturing facility. Liam.
Yep, so this is second reading in action. This item came before you last meeting. No concerns from staff. It's for 2 separate licenses, one for adult use manufacturing, one for medical manufacturing.
Thank you. We do have opportunity for public comment. If there's anyone here that would like to speak on the topic, please approach the podium. Seeing none, I'm going to close public comment. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you, Counselor Fu. I have a
Just
motion and a
because
second.
I'm not there, guy, doesn't mean.
Right. That's right. You guys are all up.
We have discussion. Any discussion on this? Yes, Counselor Anderson.
So do we need to make an official motion based on what's in the packet in terms of the proposed action, or is that going to be implied about the condition that the license is not be issued until the CO is ready to be issued? Okay.
It's condition, already built in condition, correct?
It's already built into the order?
Okay. Any other discussion? All right, seeing none, I'll close discussion. All in favor, Counselor Cushing,
Yes.
Counselor Seither, mixed it up.
Yes.
Counselor Anderson,
Yes.
Counselor Shoup,
Yes.
Counselor Katarina,
Yes.
Counselor Hamel,
No.
Counselor McGee says yes. I show that as passing 6-1. Thank you. You got order number 24032, public hearing and action on the following new licenses. A food handler license for Sola Edibles DBA Dose Maine LLC and Soul Lift LLC located at 71 Pleasant Hill Road, Unit C. And a food handler's license and liquor license at J&K Lobster Inc. DBA Ken's Place located at 207 Pine Point Road. We have any public comment on those two licenses? No one online, Liam? Okay. So now I'm going to close public comment. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second,
I have a motion and a second. Discussion.
I'm curious, is this new every year? Because Ken's is already open, so does it carry over or?
This is a new owner that will take over the end of, I believe, April.
Mm.
So Ken still owns it for right now. Yes.
Any further discussion? Counselor Hamel?
Yeah, I have a question. Am I correct in understanding that the edibles is a cannabis product, product, and that the other one is just a non-cannabis product?
That is correct. Are you thinking of dividing the question?
Yes, yes.
All right. Counselor, do you want to make the motion?
I'd like to make a motion to divide the question.
I have a motion, second.
I'll second for discussion.
Thank you, Counselor Anderson. Discussion?
Yeah, I think that it's important for us to distinguish between products. I don't think all products are created equal, and it's pretty clear, one of these products is more highly regulated than the other. And I think that the public should have an opportunity through its public servants to, have those things evaluated separately.
Counselor Cushing?
I agree.
Any other discussion? No, Counselor Shoup?
Sure. I disagree. I think that this was presented to us under the ordinance and we shouldn't discriminate or qualify between what is before us.
I'll go. I don't have a problem separating the two. It could be different situations. I know we tried it to be efficient and just pass the new licenses all at once, but sometimes circumstances are different for different reasons, different owners, different circumstances. One could be playing music. So I have no problem just separating them out of practice. Any other discussion?
Counselor Seither has her hand up.
I have my
Counselor
hand up.
Seither.
I agree with Counselor Shoup. I think this is presented under the ordinance, that it's in line as far as the clerk is concerned, and I don't think it's our place to pick winners and losers. So I would not be in favor of splitting.
Thank you, Counselor Seither.
What's your name? No, Mr. Chair. I'm
Counselor
sorry.
Katarina.
I'm on the medication here for my ear. I agree. I agree with Counselor Shoup and Seither. I don't see any need to split this. I mean, I understand that Mr. Hamel's position on anything to do with marijuana, or excuse me, of cannabis seems to be, and I'm not trying to put words in your mouth there, Don, but he wants to be able to vote no on it, but I don't see any need to split this. That's just my opinion.
We've all weighed in. Counselor Hamel?
Yeah, let me respond to that. I think that regardless of our own personal views as counselors, there is a segment of the public who actually lives in this area, and they may not be in favor of selling this type of product. I know the state law says a certain thing, but ultimately that's a decision for people who live in the neighborhood, and I feel responsibility to those folks, and that's the reason for why I'm voting in this case. I can't say I would always vote against anything cannabis, but in the particular environment that we're in, it does seem to be a little bit of the pattern. So, but never say never.
Thank you. All right. Seeing no further discussion from the council, I will call the vote on whether or not to divide the question. Counselor Cushing?
Yes.
Counselor Shoup?
No.
Counselor Anderson?
No.
Counselor Seither?
No.
Counselor Hamel?
Yes.
Counselor Katarina?
No,
Counselor McGee is yes. I show that the motion fails. So we're back to the original motion. All in favor of passing the licenses? Counselor Cushing,
Yes.
Counselor Shoup,
Yes.
Counselor Anderson,
Yes.
Counselor Seither,
Yes.
Counselor Hamel,
Yes.
Counselor Katarina,
yes,
Counselor McGee. Show that is unanimous. Thank you very much. Congratulations to our new business owner of a well-established place. We'll look forward to some seafood later. All right. On to new business, and per our change earlier, we are at the first reading and schedule a public hearing to adopt new chapter 1104B, the Town of Scarborough Commercial Property Assessed Clean Energy Program, better known as CPACE, and authorize town manager to enter into a participation agreement with Efficiency Maine on behalf of the town of Scarborough. Jamie, are you gonna introduce this one? All right, thank you.
Good evening, Jamie Fitch, Sustainability Manager. This item is to establish a CPACE or a Commercial Property Assessed Clean Energy Program that will allow commercial entities access to financing for energy efficiency upgrades at their properties. This item's being brought forward at the request of the Sustainability Committee, which has been working on this item since last fall. James Neal from Efficiency Maine is here to provide a brief overview of the program and to answer questions for you.
Thank you, Jamie.
Thank you so much for having me. And hopefully this will be an exciting opportunity for the municipality to help stimulate energy efficiency projects. The material can be a little bit dense, so I'm gonna try and run through it as quickly as I can and leave time for questions. Very first, this is an initiative of Efficiency Maine. I assume most of you are familiar with us, so I won't spend a lot of time here. Lesser known that this is a initiative of the Efficiency Maine Green Bank, which was established alongside the CPACE Act in 2021. And across all of our programs at Efficiency Maine, we are always looking to achieve energy savings, transform the market, reduce environmental impacts of energy, maintain fairness and promote equity, and leverage the private sector whenever possible. I want to describe the CPACE program at as high a level as I can and simplify it. Really, it is a relationship between a municipality, a capital provider, and a borrower. The secret sauce of the CPACE program is the secure position in the property that is provided to a capital provider. That allows capital providers to provide longer terms and lower interest rates to borrowers, thus stimulating more energy savings improvements projects within the municipality. So the real secret of this triangle of values is that secured interest in the property. I will get to a little bit later why the municipality even needs to be involved in this type of private market transaction. At a very high level and from a national perspective, there's a number of municipalities across the country, as well as a number of states that have adopted CPACE programs. It is a very significant multi-billion-dollar industry at this particular point, with many projects being in the energy efficiency space and renewable energy space, and about 15% of all projects come from new construction. I didn't realize that you guys can see everyone's faces on here, so let me go ahead and move that out of the way. I thought that was on my screen. The CPACE Act was established, LD 340, in June of 2021. And through the next couple of years, we held a number of stakeholder input processes and performed a significant amount of research before implementing our program and design. We established our rule at the beginning of last year and launched the program in phases. Initially, we allowed municipalities to participate, and we have about 10 municipalities participating currently. We launched our capital provider registration process, and we have 3 capital providers who have registered to date. And then we late in the fall of last year, opened our project application portal, in which we've received 3 applications and 1 successfully approved application that actually closed financing last week. That is the Vertical Harvest project in Westbrook. Here is a smattering of resources that we utilized to better understand CPACE from a national point of view. So feel free to utilize this to dive deeper. I think the best source here that I found the most informative was Lessons in Commercial PACE Leadership, the Path from Legislation to Launch. You can clearly see in that where we made a lot of our different decisions in designing the program. When designing the program, we tried to preserve a very low administrative burden, particularly for the municipalities. We tried to make this as simple as possible for all parties involved. And there's 2 different options for the municipality to participate in a CPACE program or the main CPACE program. The first is the municipality would adopt the enabling ordinance that we've provided on our webpage, and then take no further action. At that point, the municipality would hold the responsibility of approving CPACE projects, as well as registering capital providers and establishing their own rule or program guidelines. That would be a more significant involvement for the municipality to take on. The other option is that municipalities, after adopting the model ordinance, can then sign a municipality participation agreement, and that would formalize their participation in Efficiency Maine's administered program, in which we already have established a program guidelines, we've already registered capital providers, and we already have a process in place to approve projects. No community thus far has decided to administer their own program. All have decided to opt into the Efficiency Maine administered program. One really significant reason for that is capital providers are extremely unlikely to participate in a smaller program, and they would have to underwrite the entire program. And unless there was one sizable deal that persuaded them to do so, it's too significant of an initial effort for them. Some key characteristics of a CPACE assessment. CPACE holds first position and takes priority over all other liens except for any municipal liens, including sewer, sanitary water. The CPACE assessment is transferable, whether in the event of a property sale or foreclosure, the CPACE lien would survive and carry over. The CPACE lien can never be accelerated. It can be paid off, but in the instance of default, on the CPACE financing, you cannot accelerate the future balance owed for that particular assessment. I'm going to dive into the delinquency and default process later because I think it flows a little bit more simplified. Some other key characteristics are what allow for eligibility within the program. So this must be for commercial property. These are typically larger scale deals of $1 million plus. They must be within a participating municipality. We do allow for new construction as long as the improvements are above code. That does not include the stretch code, which I'm not sure whether or not Scarborough has participated in the UVEX. Okay, and it doesn't apply if you aren't utilizing the stretch code, but any energy savings improvements that are considered above code would be eligible for financing. The existing mortgage holder or any lien or encumbrance to the property must provide consent to the project. The amount financed is limited to the energy savings improvement. There is a caveat to that in the instance of heat pumps for new construction. I think the other key components here are the savings to investment ratio must at least equal 1. So this is calculated to provide savings or at least a neutral benefit to the property owner. And there's a cap on the value or the ratio assessment to value ratio of 35%. So CPACE financing cannot take up more than 35% of the capital stack of a property. This is a brief overview of the relative stakeholders to the CPACE program. As you can see, the only participants within the program that need to formally opt into the program are capital providers who we have set a pretty rigid criteria for national CPACE lenders, and we also allow for local lenders to participate in the program. They need to register within the program and understand our program rules and guidelines in order to facilitate in CPACE financing. And the other is the municipality, and I discussed that process earlier of adopting a PACE ordinance, in which we have a model ordinance on our webpage. And then if choosing to opt into our program, administered by Efficiency Maine, there is a municipality CPACE participation agreement. We have a municipality participation guide, which is probably the simplest document we have to quickly understand the program and what it means for a municipality. There's a list of values of participating in the program. I think the most significant value is that you're able to stimulate the implementation of energy savings improvements with 100% private market capital that requires no investment from the municipality. So the most common question that we get when talking about CPACE for municipalities is, what is the lift, or what is the responsibility that the municipality has to take on? Why is the municipality even involved? Aside from participating in the program, as I had already described, there's only a few responsibilities that are required from municipality throughout the program. The first is that every project needs to sign a CPACE assessment agreement, and the signatories to that particular agreement include the municipality, all of the property owners, and the capital provider. There's a lot of components to the program that take place within that particular document. So the municipality would need to have a process to review and sign that particular agreement. We have a draft or a standard template available on our webpage, but that is one particular responsibility the municipality would need to take on. When that document is signed, it provides agency to the capital provider to perform most all of the other administration to the program, including the collection of CPACE assessments. So the municipality does not need to collect the dollars of CPACE financing and remit them to the capital providers. So we made a specific intent to lower the burden for municipalities when participating in the program. In the instance of a default or foreclosure at a municipal level, the municipality takes control and goes through their normal standardized process. In the instance that they collect more than what they need to make themselves whole or current, and there is also a delinquency at the CPACE financing level, they can remit any excess to only make the CPACE financing current. You can't accelerate any future payments. They can remit excess to the capital provider, but they are not required to. After that, the capital provider could then pursue their own delinquency or foreclosure process. I'm gonna, well, really briefly, the available resources, I definitely recommend reviewing the municipality participation guide, but other signifying documents include our program guidelines, obviously our model ordinance, our participation agreement, and the CPACE assessment agreement. Those are the few agreements that the municipality would interact with when operating a program or to enact a program. But from there, I'm happy to take questions. I know it's a relatively complex topic, but I think the most common questions I receive are in the order of magnitude of what does the municipality need to do throughout the program, but I'm happy to answer any project or any questions related to the CPACE program at all.
Thank you. I appreciate your presentation. We do have public comment. So we're gonna bring in public comment and we'll turn over to the counselors for some questions. So just stay nearby.
Sure.
All right, thanks. If there's anyone here from the public that wants to speak on this subject, please approach the podium.
Can you stop sharing your screen?
All right, seeing none, I'm going to close public comment. I'll turn it over to the counselors. Is there a motion?
So moved.
I have a motion and a second. All right, so we're into discussion. Anyone have, yes, Councilor Anderson.
And I think you did a great job kind of outlining the program and the benefits. I think my question is more for the town manager in terms of, even though the administration on our side is clearly laid out, from a resource perspective on our end, who would be doing this work, which department? And again, do we have the capacity even to add this little bit of work to our team?
It would be the finance department, I suspect. We have, for over 10 years, been part of the original program geared toward residential. We've had limited, if any, use. So I don't have a really good sense of that. I suspect this will probably be used at a greater level. These are companies that are making major investments, that are looking at the bottom line, that have professional sophistication within their midst. So I suspect there will be a heavier lift with this. My understanding of the obligations, I think it's within our capabilities. It's a matter of once we, in the program, it's a matter of, attaching a lien to the property and in the event we need to, we certainly know how to do that and know how to perfect that lien should the need arise.
Okay, thank you.
Could I also respond to that too and say that this is not an extremely high volume program? These are larger size in scale deals, but they're not going to be an extremely high quantity. One or two within the municipality in a year would be unbelievably exceptional.
Okay, that's good. That's good to know.
That gives me better comfort that we're certainly able to manage that.
Yeah. Well, with that being said, I mean, I think this is a great program, and that was my only concern was the burden on staff, and it sounds like low quantity, low burden, to try and incentivize this, type of development, I think is great. So I'm supportive and going to vote yes.
Question for Tom.
Yes.
Tom, do you see any downside to this? I mean, that significant besides having to do a little work?
No, I don't. I think whatever we can do to help support our businesses and residents to be more energy efficient is a laudable goal. Frankly, these investments may even produce additional taxable value for us. So I do not see a downside.
Thank you.
Councilor Seither.
I just want to thank the Sustainability Committee for bringing this forward and doing the due diligence. I've actually watched the presentation 4 times, once as sustainability, twice on ordinance, and then again tonight. So thank you to everybody who participated in making sure that the council was up to speed. And I just want to say to Chairman McGee specifically, that vertical harvest that I want one in Scarborough, is a new client. And so that's amazing. And I'm really excited to support this.
I'd love to see that vertical harvest here too. I would say though, as it relates to this program, and this is not going to shock our special guest speaker, because when I was chair of ordinance, I think I had the same concerns and reservations, and it's probably more on a philosophical level. And it certainly relates to the fact that we have private lending using a municipal lien for position and securing loans. And that to me, I'm having a real hard time getting past it. I'm not questioning the goals of the program or the benefits of it being used, but a traditional lender, if a business owner went to a traditional lender and said, I want money for this program and I want to make some upgrades to my property, they would typically get a loan. Here, the lender is using the municipality's priority lien status in order to secure, as you said, better terms in the long run, perhaps, and lower interest rates. But I do see it as a leapfrogging of private capital for a private business. And I can't get past it. And that's just a fundamental issue with me, I guess. So nothing to say that what you're offering here isn't beneficial to the community. But that's my sense on it. You heard it at ordinance when I was chair there. So probably not shocking you. Councilor Hamel, I see a hand up.
Yeah, I have a similar agita about this as well as I think the potential staff drain on this or administrative thing, I think it deserves further consideration. So I have similar concerns, and although I was not opposed to moving it forward through ordinance, I'm not sure I'm in support of this either for some of the same reasons that the chair just outlined.
Any other council comments? Okay, I'll close discussion. I have a motion in a second, so call Councilor Cushing.
Yes.
Councilor Shu.
Yes.
Counselor Anderson.
Yes.
Counselor Seiler.
Yes.
Counselor Hamel.
No.
Counselor Katarina.
Yes.
Counselor McGee, no. I show that 5-2, it passes. Thank you. Item number, order number 24-034, first reading and schedule a public hearing and second reading on proposed amendment chapter. I'm sorry, I gotta back up. I skipped one. I moved my agenda around. The next item is order number 24-033, a first reading and schedule a public hearing on the proposed FY 2025 municipal and school budget. Tom, do you want to kick this off?
Yes, this is a required part of our process. The municipal budget does require 2 readings of council and a public hearing, so this is the first of those 3 steps. We have this scheduled to kind of work from now through final adoption May 15th. There's a number of fill-in steps, additional steps that we've layered in, as was mentioned earlier, with budget roundtables and certain review sessions, so on and so forth. So officially, what's in front of you is, again, the first reading of the budget order, thanks to former Council Chair Clucci, is quite more expansive and detailed. It provides a lot more clarity than kind of the traditional historic one. And we've certainly chosen to keep that same practice alive with this presentation as well. I think I'll stop there. I'll certainly respond to questions if you have them.
Sure, thank you. We do have the opportunity for public comment. If there's anyone here that wants to speak on the item of the municipal and school budget, please approach the podium. Seeing none, I'm going to close public comment. All right. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second?
I got a motion and a second. Discussion. Yes, Counselor Anderson.
So again, we had a workshop before this, so there was a lot of conversation, so I don't want to like recap a lot of that, but just again, to thank staff in the school for bringing this budget forward as they have. I think it's a great starting point for us, and I'm excited for the finance committee to partner with the school finance committee as we work through this to get to our goal and take the feedback that we heard tonight, as well as the feedback we'll be getting from the public throughout the process to try and make sure we put forward a budget at second read that most of us can support.
Thank you. Councilor Cushing.
Yes, I support it for similar reasons. I think that this moves the process along. I think it was clear in the workshop that we have work to do to see if we can improve it. And so I vote yes with that understanding.
Thank you. Counselor Katarina.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I support this, moving this forward. Yeah, it like any budget, it always gets worked on before final authorization. I was very pleased to see the initial what was put in initially. I think it makes a lot of sense. This is one of the best budgets I've seen in 10 years to start with. So I support this tonight.
Thank you. Any other council comment? Counselor Hamel.
Yeah, I had a quick question, if I may, of the town manager, and then a comment. Tom, when you presented your budget, it did not include a number in there in terms of the amount of the withdrawal from the fund balance. Can you just confirm that figure for me in this document? Number one.
Yes, my proposal includes a use of fund balance of $985,000. I believe I made a distinct point in my presentation on that. If I didn't, I apologize, but I think I did.
Well, I think it may have been a meeting before the one that you referenced. So I could be a meeting off here on my time zone changes and vacation, but I have to say that please the final question I have is I just would like someone to confirm for me if for some reason a second reading does not get approved, then we are stuck with this budget. Isn't that correct?
I believe that is correct.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yep. That's correct, Don.
Okay. And for those reasons, and my previously stated issues with this, I will not be voting in favor of this.
Okay, thank you. Any other councilor comments? Counselor Cushing.
Could you clarify for me what Counselor Hamel was referring to in terms of the procedure?
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
so, yeah, I can, yeah. So what happens is if this fails, if the council does not pass a budget, what is presented by the town manager is the budget for the year.
Thank you.
Can you just add, there is a time frame on that? Like it's not just if it doesn't pass at second reading in
It's
2
60
weeks, like
days. Yeah.
60 days. Thank you.
Yeah, 60 days. Thank you, Counselor Sather.
however, though, I think the caveat is that's the budget they start with. But again, as the year progresses, if things change, then we would continue to make adjustments. So ultimately, the council will decide what the budget is, but there is a mechanism built in place so that the town, the schools can operate. So it's kind of like our version of a continuous resolution in the sense that if we don't pass something, then they're going to operate based on what was presented until the council finally approves the budget.
And some other municipalities may do it, if you don't pass one, then the previous year's budget takes effect. That's not how it works here. It's what's been presented, so.
But there may not be a second budget pass. That could go on indefinitely. It's a possibility.
It's always a possibility. I would agree that would be unlikely, yes. All right, so without any further discussion, I'm going to call the vote. Counselor Cushing.
Yes.
Counselor Shoup.
Yes.
Counselor Anderson.
Yes.
Counselor Hamel.
No.
Counselor Katarina.
Yes.
Counselor Seiler.
Yes.
Counselor McGee, yes. Show that 6-1. Thank you. Next item is order number 24-04. First reading is scheduled public hearing and second reading on the proposed amended chapter 421, the Town of Scarborough authorization of outdoor services ordinance, amending the applicable time period for May 31st, 2024 through October 31st, 2024. Ms. Spear, welcome.
Good evening, Autumn Spear, Planning Director. Last year, we did this same item. This is an item that came up during COVID. We allowed outdoor services to take place. It became a trend that some restaurants and some businesses wanted to keep. And so last year, we took a look at extending that. We did extend it for a 1-year period of time. Last year, the dates were July 21st through October 31st. Staff is recommending that we do that once again this year and probably ongoing as we see fit. Doing it this way, if it becomes a problem, the town council does not have to renew it. So we could put a stop to it, or you could. But the proposal before you this evening is for May 31st, 2024 through October 31st. We have the same rules in place. It is a $50 permit. There is a collaboration of a fire marshal, building inspector, myself, and we review the applications and make sure that they meet all of the criteria. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Spear. We do have opportunity for a public discussion on this. If you are here to comment, please approach the podium. All right, seeing none, I'm going to close public comment. Is there a motion?
So moved.
I got a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Discussion. I'll start just because I feel like it. I love the outdoor dining. I think it's awesome. So again, I think your point is well taken, though. If there are issues with it, then we have an opportunity at this stage to review it annually. I think my advice for the future would be if we find ourselves seeing this annually and we just like it so much, maybe consider just taking that timeline off a bit. But for now, I think, there's a lot of negatives that came out of COVID, but this might have been one of the positive ones where people appreciate the outdoor space, the outdoor dining efforts. So those are my thoughts. Any other discussion? Seeing none, I'll call a vote. Counselor Cushing.
Yes.
Counselor Shoup.
Yes.
Counselor Anderson.
Yes.
Counselor Katarina.
Yes.
Counselor Hamel.
Yes.
Counselor Seiler.
Yes.
Counselor McGee, yes. I show that's unanimous. Thank you very much. Next item is order number 24-035, first reading and refer to the planning board, the proposed repeal and replacement of chapter 405A floodplain management ordinance as required to maintain standing in the National Flood Insurance Program and recognize the areas of special flood hazard zones A, AE, and VE for the town of Scarborough, Cumberland County, Maine, identified by the federal Emergency Management Agency in a report titled Flood Insurance Study, Cumberland County, Maine, dated June 20th, 2024, with accompanying flood insurance rate map dated June 20th, 2024, as amended. All those years on the planning board have served me well. It's always a mouthful. Ms. Spear, thank you.
Thank you. This is the first reading for the new FEMA floodplain maps and the ordinance that accompanies that. We held a workshop on March 20th that was good attendance, and I think a lot of questions were answered. We have had assistance with Brian Longstaff and my office, and Allison Carrier have really produced a very well-executed FAQ. Our website provides a lot of information, and so all this information has been available to the public. Brian has been fielding multiple calls. They seem to have tapered off a bit, but he is here if you have any specific questions. But this is the first step that is required for the ordinance adoption. The existing ordinance will be repealed in its entirety and replaced. The next step would be for this to go to planning board and hold a public hearing on April 16th. And then it would be back before you for a public hearing on May 1st, and then a second reading on May 15th. That would give us plenty of time to have everything in place for the June 20th deadline. And we can answer any questions that you may have.
Thanks, Autumn. We have an opportunity for public comment on this item. If you're here and would like to speak, please approach the podium. Or if you're on Zoom, use the raise my hand feature. Seeing none, I'm going to close public comment. Is there a motion?
So moved.
And a second.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Discussion. Councilor Anderson.
So yeah, I think all the work on this was great. The workshop was great. A lot of questions were answered. The one thing that I'm still debating in my mind that I'm not gonna put an amendment on the table is really around that 1 foot above the base flood level, and that question that was raised during our workshop of should it be 2 feet. So I hope as this goes to planning board, that's a specific discussion point that we ask them to do. And I would also like to see this go to Conservation Commission as well to get their input, because I think it's really about, long-term understanding, climate change and what's going to happen in terms of conservation and what that means. So I don't necessarily feel like we need to amend this to include it going to Conservation Commission. I just hope naturally it can get on their agenda to give them an opportunity to provide input. And so just put that to Councilor Shoup as a consideration.
Councilor Shoup.
So I think this is great. Obviously, we have to do this, and I'm with Counselor Anderson. That was the one thing that I wanted to, is it freeboard? Is that the term of, what is, thank you. Okay, I got it right. So what the ordinance currently says is it's 1 foot. And I think the discussion that we were having at the workshop was, could we possibly raise it to 2? And I'd like to just reiterate those comments that we would like planning board to discuss that. I would somewhat lean towards that, where I think the conversations we were having after was just, this is ultimately it for the benefit of the residents with doing that, with making that change, making that amendment. And I know there are a couple other towns that already did that. And I think I know they listed one that was at 2 feet. And I think you said maybe one town was up to 3. I'd be curious to see a little bit more about that. Otherwise, I wouldn't even know what to touch in this. But I think that was one of the conversations that we had from the woman from the state that I said, is anyone making any amendments? And that was, I think, the one amendment that they were making. So I'd like to explore that further.
Okay.
I'll just quickly ask, is there a way to delineate between like a new construction or a rebuild for if we wanted to consider moving that 1 to 2 foot marker? Because I think part of that discussion too included if somebody was going to add on or did more than a 50% renovation, they may end up being forced into a position of having to raise the entire building or have an addition that sits a foot higher than the rest of their building. Is there a way to separate out the two so where you could require new to be under 1 set or replacement under 1 set and then existing? Just curious.
No.
No. It is what it is type of thing. You're the one way or the other. Thanks, Brian, for chiming in here.
Just had to get me up out of my chair. I'm not sure, but I believe that you can't do that. I've never seen it done. I've never seen any language that would do that, but I'm happy to find out and get a definite answer back to council.
Appreciate that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, I think I probably made it clear during the workshop that I was not a fan of what I sometimes feel is a little overreach, that there is nothing that prevents somebody from going as far beyond the minimum standard as they want to as an informed consumer. And I think that, you know, we should be careful about imposing our view of safety and goodness, unless if there's some general public benefit, I'd want to hear about it. But if it's just us looking after somebody who doesn't seem to be smart enough to know they should go up 2 feet, I'm opposed to that. Thanks.
Council Hamel?
Thanks very much. This is bigger than a bread box. I share some of Councilor Anderson's concerns with this. I think that we're going to have a lot more time spent on this as time goes by. I'm in a floodplain, and I happen to be what will become an island at some point, and a very tiny sliver of an island. So I just think that contrary to what the state has led us to believe, I think it is going to be more involved. So I just think we need to be prepared for that. And I appreciate also the other questions that fellow councilors, including Councilor Shoup and others, have expressed.
Thank you, Don. Councilor Caterina.
Yes, I just wanted to remind the public and my fellow counselors that I asked the question of the administrator, the FEMA administrator, that if for some reason the town decided to alter, amend, or not approve these changes by whatever their date was. Anyway,
June
that
20th.
they have to be in place. Thank you. We could jeopardize the insurance of everyone. The insurance wouldn't go into effect. Now, what John Anderson is proposing, I'm not clear on that one, so leave that aside. But we do have to make sure that we protect our citizens by adopting this, because otherwise they're all going to be, I don't know what they're going to do, because they won't be covered by the FEMA. So just letting you know.
Thank you, Councilor Caterina. Any other comments from the councilors? No? All right. So with that said, I'm gonna call the vote. All in favor? Councilor Cushing,
Yes.
Councilor Shoup,
Yes.
Councilor Anderson,
Yes.
Councilor Seither,
Yes.
Councilor Hamel,
Yes.
Councilor Caterina,
Yes.
Councilor McGee, yes. Show that 7-0. Thank you. Next item is order number 24-037, first reading and scheduled second reading to approve the expenditure in amount not to exceed $350,000 from the Land Acquisition Reserve Fund for the purpose of purchasing a portion of property located at 162 Spurwink Road, identified by the Scarborough Tax Assessor's Map RO 98-Lot 18, as recommended by the Parks and Conservation Land Board, and authorize the town manager to execute any and all documents as are necessary to protect the town's interests. Hi, welcome.
Hi.
Former Councilor Foley.
Thank you, thank you. Would you, Liam, be able to put up the map of the Pleasant Hill Preserve expansion, if possible? I'm Suzanne Foley Ferguson, and today is the first time I can announce that I'm the former chair of the Parks and Conservation Land Board after 23 years. Woo! And Jessica Holbrook is our new chair, and she's very competent, but she lives further than I do, so. Oh. What?
Not Jessica Holbrook, Jessica.
Oh, yeah, Jessica Sargent. That's right. I know Jessica Holbrook, though. She does historical stuff.
Right.
Okay, sorry, Jessica. She's watching right now. So this is pretty exciting for me because this request comes, it's a property that's adjacent to the Rachel Carson National Wildlife Refuge. And I would be willing to bet there's many, many residents in town that don't realize that we have a National Wildlife Refuge in our town. I'll bet you any money people don't know this, but we do. And it's a little bit different than national parks because this is specifically for wildlife. And our refuge is called the Spurwink River Division. It's all of what you see there on the map in red. The Spurwink River Division is one of 8 divisions of the Rachel Carson National Wildlife Refuge. It's a coastal refuge for migratory birds, and it runs all the way from Wells up to Cape Elizabeth. It's not well known, the sign's a little small or whatever, but they're doing great work, and in Wells, they're very, very well known. I was a founding member of the Friends of Rachel Carson in, get this, 37 years ago, 1987. So I'm very aware of this property. This was one of the first properties where the refuge did a project for the endangered snowshoe hare. So we do have endangered species, and we have some projects in the town. So what I wanted to point out to you on this map is that this project is what you see as the yellow, yellow parcel is the current owner's huge parcel. And then where the red overlays the yellow is the parcel that the land trust would like to purchase. They're requesting the entire amount from us. However, that's not, it's only 64% of the total project costs. If you look at the sort of diagonal line that is adjacent to the green, the green is the Pleasant Hill, right? The Pleasant Hill, yeah. Sure. Pleasant Hill Preserve. I'm sorry, I'm so used to calling it Benjamin Farm, I still can't even say Pleasant Hill Preserve, but it's the Pleasant Hill Preserve, and that's 161 acres. So you have the 300 acres of the Rachel Carson Wildlife Refuge, then you have 161 acres Pleasant Hill Farm. We're asking for purchase monies for 25 more acres that will be adjacent to all of these. And one thing to note here is that this, the edge of the Spurwink River is a pivotal point on the whole Atlantic seaboard. It's the south bank of it is the northernmost point of the beach ecosystems. We know, if we live in Maine, that most of the sandy beaches are south of us. Most of the Rocky Coast, not all, but most are from Cape Elizabeth onward. And that makes the Spurwink River pretty important. Okay, so the wetland area that is on this property is, I think, there's about 19 acres of gorgeous upland. Actually, why don't we go to the photos right now and then you can see. And then there is, and these are the photos, maple, spruce, pine, oak. But then there's also a portion of it that is wetland, and that wetland acreage is part of a 53-acre expanse that feeds into the Spurwink River and the adjacent marsh. So you can tell how important this piece is. So this project is, back to the big picture here, is all about, the story is about connectivity. Connectivity is what's important. And this would put together almost 500, or actually over 500 acres, I think. And which is really amazing in Scarborough, particularly in the coastal region. And it's also a story of generosity, because the budget for this includes a generous donation from the landowners, who are Jim and Louise Fault, of over $120,000. So it's pretty impressive. Back to wildlife needs, just to get it on the record. This parcel contains 4 federal priority areas, 3 Atlantic Coast joint venture bird conservation focus areas. The Maine Department of Inland Fisheries and Wildlife has identified 9 acres of habitat with endangered threatened species or species of concern. And then it's also got 7 acres of core habitat of what is a collaborative called the Nature's Network, is a 13-state collaborative that identifies and conserves connecting intact ecosystems. that support imperiled species. And there's 7 acres in here. So this is a pretty incredible piece. If you want to go to the budget now. So another exciting point about this project is that the Land Trust is asking for us to support the project by $350,000 from the land bonds. However, we might get that back because the Land Trust has put in a grant to the, let's see, what's that called? The NACA. It's the North American Wetlands Conservation Act. There's so many big names here. And they may get back the whole $350,000. So that's a possibility. But if not, even if not, it's still, for us, it's a 64% contribution with the generosity of the landowners. And we think it's a superb project. So I think that is all I have. If anybody has any questions,
Thank you.
you're welcome.
I'm gonna ask you to hang by. We're gonna open this up for public comment. If you are here to speak on this topic, please approach the podium or use the raise my hand feature. Welcome, Mr. Mackey.
My name is Andrew Mackey. I'm the Executive Director of the Scarborough Land Trust. Our offices are at 7 Oak Hill Terrace, Scarborough. This is a project that the Scarborough Land Trust has brought forward in partnership with the property owners. I do just want to point out a couple things. So I do have to make one little correction. So not the snowshoe hare, but the listed New England cottontail is the rabbit, which is a focus of Rachel Carson, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, to try to not only maintain that rabbit, but bring back numbers of that rabbit that have dramatically declined over the last couple decades. The Cape Elizabeth, Scarborough area is kind of the last stronghold in Maine. There's some other populations, but they consider that one of the core areas for the New England cottontail. Both Rachel Carson and Scarborough Land Trust are doing habitat management projects on our respective properties to try to increase habitat suitability for that species. One of the things that Scarborough Land Trust has tried to work very hard on is following some basic principles of landscape ecology. This is also seen in the Parks and Conservation Land Board criteria and how they evaluate projects. And in this case, protected areas, protected natural areas are usually more successful the larger they are. So we do try to add to protected areas, whether it's ours, the states, the towns, because the larger you can make something, the more likely you are to maintain not only the natural processes that happen there, but also the biodiversity found in that area. And then the last point I want to make is this would be part of Pleasant Hill Preserve. It is one of our most popular preserves. We estimate about 20,000 visits a year to Pleasant Hill Preserve. I think adding space to that property helps increase the satisfaction of visitors that use those areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mackey. Any other public comment? Seeing none, I'm going to close public comment. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second?
I have a motion and a second discussion. Counselor Shu.
Sure. So I want to thank the Parks and Conservation Land Board for their due diligence in going through their evaluation process. They have a very detailed process that they go through with lots of scoring and details and process that we know that they go through. I think it's great also that we have a landowner in Scarborough that was willing to make such a donation towards this as well. It's a great property. It's super encouraging when we're adding to already conserved property, as Sue went on about. I think that's great. And as always, here's more land towards our 30 by 30 goal, which is great. I'm still waiting for my little thermometer, but you know.
Thank you, Counselor Shu. I'll just, I'll echo Councilor Shoup's sentiments. We appreciate the efforts of not only the conservation efforts here, but also the landowners to make this such a generous donation. So, well done. Any other councilor comments, discussion points? No, I'll call the roll. Councilor Cushing,
Yes.
Councilor Shoup,
Yes.
Councilor Anderson,
Yes.
Councilor Seither,
Yes.
Councilor Katarina.
Yes,
And did I see we lost Councilor Hamel?
yes.
Councilor McGee, I'll show that 6-0. Thank you very much. Congratulations. All right. Now on to order number 24038, act on the request to move approval on names posted to the various committees and boards by Appointments and Negotiations Committee at the March 20th, 2024 Town Council meeting. Councilor Shoup.
Great, thank you. So tonight we are asking the council to approve some recommendations for a couple committees, Coastal Waters, Long Range Planning, and Parks and Conservation Land Board. And after being the chair of appointments and committees for over a year, I actually want to take the first time to thank the volunteers because I always fail to. And I think we actually have like full boards. I can't think of really one vacancy right now besides our inactive one. But so I just, again, I want to thank all of our volunteers and the new ones that are stepping up.
Thank you, Councilor Shoup, especially for the hard work the committee and you've put forth on recruitment efforts and sifting through the application process. So appreciate that. We have opportunity for public comment on this. Seeing none, I'm going to close public comment. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second?
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, a closed discussion. All those in favor, Councilor Cushing,
Yes.
Councilor Shoup,
Yes.
Councilor Anderson,
Yes.
Councilor Katarina,
Yes,
Councilor Seither,
Yes.
Councilor McGee. Yes, sure, that is unanimous. Thank you. Next, we're on to non-action items. I'm sorry. Order number 24039, act on the request to authorize the town manager to pursue the sale of Alger Hall to the Historical Society.
Yeah, this is probably a bit of belt and suspenders approach. I wanted the council to be on record giving me authorization to engage with a private entity for the sale of property. As I said in my manager's comments, I'll certainly adhere to the real estate disposition policy, which requires that I solicit input from certain town staff and various town boards and committees. That does take some time to collect those comments and consider them, all of which will inform my recommendation to the council. So this is really just initiating the process to engage in conversation.
Thanks, Tom. Any opportunity for public comment on this item? Hi, welcome back.
Hi, Suzanne Foley Ferguson, and I'm just going to raise a concern that was raised with our Parks and Conservation Land Board. As we've gone through this whole past year of updating our process, one of the things we realized was that the funds were used from the Parks and Conservation Land Board for historical purposes, which was a part of the original land board priorities. And yet we were not necessarily a part of making decisions upon about how these funds were used or for what purposes. You know, there were other people or committees in town that do that or don't do that. We don't even know. But our concern is a couple of things. First of all, that this Alger Hall was purchased with land bond funds. And so we're making the assumption that those funds will go back into the land bond dollars. Now, as far as I know, there's no written policy or an ordinance that sort of closes that loop. And that's one of the things that we've found in our year-long process is we haven't closed some loops along the way. We'll talk to you a little bit about that when we talk about a referendum for more land bond money. But our concern is that the committee wants to make sure that those funds will go back into the land bond. I think that's pretty much it. I know that there was a roof put on that, so I don't know if that capital improvement is also with the negotiation with the price, if that is also funds that will be put back into the land acquisition fund. So that's your job to cross your Ts and dot your Is. But we think there should be an official kind of a process or ordinance, whether it's not our committee right now, and maybe it's in the finance committee, or maybe it's in the council. I'm not really sure, but I understand. That's my comments.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Just to, if I could.
Sure.
The preservation of historical properties is one of the expressly authorized uses from the voters. You're right, there's no town board or committee that's delegated or designated to provide review and recommendation, and given that kind of uniqueness, but certainly it's a qualified use and council has full authority and they used it. Perhaps it gives you comfort. In the materials I provided for council this evening, I indicated my recommendation is, and it will continue to be, is to return whatever proceeds we gain back to the fund. It'll be council's prerogative as to whether they wish to do that.
Thank you. Any other public comment on this item? Seeing none, I'm going to close public comment. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second discussion. Council Anderson.
Yeah, so I'm supportive of this. This was talked about at finance as well as in other meetings, I think. The point about making sure the money goes back into the land bond, I'm supportive of. But given our previous conversation we just had about the budget, I would also want to at least consider putting it in unassigned fund balance as well for, again, potentially offsetting taxpayers. Not that we have to do that, but just I would like for us to discuss that as another option. Again, that just gives us the flexibility to decide where we want to put these funds. So again, I don't really have a preference either way, but I think we just, given the conversation we had today, I was thinking about this particular sale and where those proceeds would go. And I agree, it probably should go back to the fund. But given this budget year, assuming how quickly this proceeds, it could become money that becomes available that could help us offset the tax impact this year.
Thank you, Councilor Anderson. Any other councilor comments or discussion?
Just procedurally, I would suggest I'll need to come back to you with a purchase and sale agreement and get your authorization to enter into that. At that time, I think that would be the appropriate time to discuss where the proceeds of that sale goes.
That's fair. Any other discussion? No. Seeing none, I'm gonna call a vote. Councilor Cushing.
Yes.
Councilor Shute.
Yes.
Councilor Anderson.
Yes.
Councilor Seidler.
Yes.
Councilor Katarina.
Yes.
Councilor McGee, yes. I show that is unanimous. Thank you very much. We are now into non-action items. We don't have any.
Nope.
So we won't take any action on the non-action items. Item 10, standing and special committee reports and liaison reports. We have some committee reports this evening. Councilor
Mr. Chair?
Katarina.
Did you say Katarina? Sorry.
Yes, I did.
Yeah, I just wanted to let everyone know that I have set up a meeting with Nick Cloutier at the let me get my notes here. At Engine 5 on Tuesday, the 23rd of April at 7 o'clock for a discussion of the revaluation. I felt it was important to have a so-called neighborhood meeting up in North Scarborough. We do have a lot of elders who live up here, and I thought they should be given the opportunity to come and see it in person without having to travel all the way into town hall. So that has been set up. So I just wanted to let the all of you know and start letting the public know also. And ordinances next week. Right now, it looks like we got two things: cannabis and the Conservation Commission. Karen, you remember you were like, "What? Are we hearing that now? We're gonna see it, hear it next week."
Environmental standards.
Whatever. Yes, I don't have my notes in front of me. Can you tell that? But yes, so that's it for. I do have some councilor comments though when the time comes. So.
Thanks, Councilor Katarina. Councilor Seidler, did you have a hand up too?
I do. Well, I have a question for Councilor Katarina, just in terms of how you would like that communicated, your firehouse meeting? Is that something you wanted to coordinate with comms, or have you already coordinated with Allison?
I have not done any of that. We just got it approved by the fire chief, so go for it.
Okay.
Put it out
Make
there.
a video?
I can make a video, that's fine.
Okay.
All
Okay.
right, cool. Remind
I'll
me,
connect
send it to me an email, all right? Yep, thanks.
Thank you. Counselor Anderson?
So just on the video topic, I do think we should make a video too for the roundtables that are coming up. So I'm a really good director, but I'm not good in the videos, as Counselor Cushing could attest to. So if anybody wants to shoot a video, I'm happy. Oh, Karen's shaking her head. So we have a roundtable video participant, Counselor Seither. So we just need to get that shot as well. I'm just building on the assessor's work. So again, he's been sharing a lot with me, all the feedback he's getting as he's going to these different meetings. There was one that he had at Hillcrest and Pinecrest that had pretty much tons of people show up. And one of the pieces of feedback that he did share with me was that there was a lot of conversation about budget and how they feel in that community that they're not really given the opportunity. So I did reach out to the owners and said, how can we help bring them to our roundtables, or even offered if we can work it out, maybe going to their community as well. So that's something that may come up as another roundtable opportunity. I'll make sure if that turns into something that I communicate that, so we can make sure that there's a counselor and a school board member there. For Transportation Committee and SEDCO, both of them looked at the impact fees and what I think might be the environmental standards recommendations that are kind of floating around from Conservation Commission. So I know it sounds like SEDCO is actually going to try and pull together the business community to try and get some feedback on both of these, or one of them. I can't honestly recall which one it was, but I know there was a desire to make sure that we're getting that input as part of the process. The traffic impact fees for everyone that I think also came to ordinance, the Payne Road traffic impact fees were shared at the Transportation Committee. And again, they're not complete yet, but again, there was a lot of conversation about the concern of how much, but also recognition that if we're going to grow, we do need to have those impact fees. And so again, my takeaway was there's still some work to be done on those Payne Road traffic impact fees, and but good to see the progress that's being made on impact fees. Finance Committee is going to be meeting forever over the next 6 weeks. So we have our meeting on the 11th, where we meet at 2 p.m. and we're covering multiple departments. And then we meet on Friday, the 12th, starting at 8 a.m. to look at the rest of the departments, again, which is a deviation from the process that we've done in the past, really to kind of front load all the information sharing so that we can do more work, trying to make choices and recommendations between the school and the town and the council. So all of that will be taking off. And as I shared in the workshop, the roundtables are scheduled for April 20th at 10 a.m., April 22nd at 6 p.m., and April 24th at 5 p.m. for people to participate if they want to share their input on the budget.
Thank you, Counselor Anderson. Counselor Shoup.
Sure. So the Ad Hoc Community Center Committee, as we know, is working hard with the consultants, and we do have an open house that has been scheduled. Tom mentioned previously on April 24th. It's at Wentworth from 3 to 7. And so we're looking for residents to come and offer feedback on what type of programs they're looking for, design ideas, site preferences. Some people want it right next to the school. Other people are saying maybe somewhere else, town property, things like that. They do have a general idea of a design, how many square footage, but really they're looking for feedback from the residents specifically on what type of programs, looks and feels that they're looking for that you would want in a community center. So I encourage everyone to please swing by Wentworth, give your input for what you want in a community center.
Thank you, Counselor Shoup. All right, I'll quickly just jump in, unless April's hand's going up for the same reason. Counselor Seither.
Well, I can do comms, and then you can do school building if you want.
Okay.
So comms committee will meet next Wednesday. For those of you who may or may not have heard rumors or rumblings in the community, Drew Johnson, who we are all familiar with, his writing He's been a longtime reporter for local papers, specifically for the Forecaster, is moving to the Century/Leader as they merge. And I have been in contact with him a couple of times over the last couple of weeks. There was some talk about potentially not being able to continue with Counselor Corner. They are restructuring the paper and looking to have more staff-driven content. And so initially I was told to plan on maybe walking back on Counselor Corner being published, but I have talked to Drew a couple times, like I said, and it's looking more optimistic that they're going to maintain our slot as a bi-weekly column. And so I will keep the council updated the best I can. Obviously, it's out of our control, but I really am advocating as the comms chair and in my position just as a town councilor in general, just how valuable I think that spot is. And so I'm really working hard to maintain and hopefully we can keep up our regular cadence in the print version. They are also planning on doing an e-newsletter, a weekly e-newsletter, and they have offered us a spot in their e-newsletter. And so that portion sounds like it's pretty secure. But as I learn more, I know he's been in touch with Allison Carrier as well. So I don't know, I will do my best to keep everybody updated on that. And then I have council comment, but you can come back to me after you do building.
Thank you, Councilor Sather. And then for what it's worth, the School Building Advisory Committee has been still continuing to meet weekly. Just a quick update on that. I think we've turned a really good positive corner where a lot of work is being done through the subcommittee levels. I think excitement is there. I think the number of questions that are being asked may be testing the limitations of staff. However, what you're really experiencing is a genuine thirst, hunger for information and true motivation to try to find a solution. So I think I've been really encouraged about what I've been seeing in that room over the last few weeks. And I think they are taking their deadlines seriously and they're working their hardest. So outside of that, not a whole lot else to update on that front. The
survey.
Oh, yes, thank you. School survey. That went out last week, I believe, and should actually start showing up in mailboxes. We've already heard that some have already been received and filled out and returned. So that's going on. If you do receive a school building survey questionnaire, it's about 2 pages long. Please fill it out. Take the time. We're after a statistically valid survey again that helps us, helps our School Building Advisory Committee provide us with the guidance of what we do next. And that the information from the community is hugely important to their mission and how we, intertwine that with our findings of fact. So I appreciate your assistance there. Councilor Sather, do you have more to add? No? Okay. With that, I'll move on to councilor member comments. Councilor Katarina.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to thank all of the citizens who spoke regarding the connector. I think that it's very important to hear from everybody on all sides on this. For those who may have forgotten or didn't know, I've been involved with the so-called traffic issues up here in North Scarborough, living as I do at 311 Gorham Road on 114 since 1988. So it's not new. I found it very interesting. Two speakers made really great points regarding, how it's hard to walk and bike in this area. Yeah, I take my life in my hands to walk from here to New Road to take a walk up and back of my house. I don't dare ride my bike anywhere around here because it's very dangerous. And I know it doesn't feel this way to a lot of folks, but by doing some type of a bypass or connection, it will take a ton of traffic, at least 30 to 40% of the current traffic off from these local roads and restore the ability or more of an ability to walk and or bike up here. Another gentleman, he spoke about that he didn't see any traffic tie-ups at certain times. And yeah, I will tell you, I don't see them in front of my house which is by the Nunsuch River Golf Course. But when you go further up Gorham Road in the evening, particularly between 3:30 and 5:30, it's a traffic jam. And it's the reverse in the mornings. And then there's definitely a huge increase in traffic daily. I sit here right now out in my little art studio and I can hear the traffic going by, boom, 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 even at this hour of night. And another speaker alluded to the fact that a member of the council should recuse themselves, I guess, from anything to do with this connector. And I'm going to assume that they mean me. I should never assume anything, but I do. And I want to reiterate that, like when I appeared in the MTA connector video, I appeared as a member, as a resident of this area for a number of years with concerns, and have had concerns and was always involved long before I got on the council with the traffic issues up here. And I want to make it very clear, again, I do not speak for the council. However, I do have a right to my own opinion, and I have my right to my own opinion as a counselor, as do all of you. The recusal is a formal procedure whereby a counselor puts forward to the other counselors on, do you think that person should be recused? And it usually is because someone has a pecuniary or monetary interest in something appearing before the council. Finally, I want to remind everybody that the Gorham Connector was authorized by the state legislature. It was not the municipalities who authorized it. It was not the municipalities who put forward the money, who said, yes, something needs to be done in the greater Portland area to alleviate traffic. So, any feedback that would be more impactful, to be honest with you, is legislative in nature. But anyway, I just wanted to bring forward those comments, and I appreciate the time. And as people know, they can pick up the phone, call me, text me. My phone number is 207-318-3440. It's no secret. I live at 311 Gorham Road. If you want to come sit by my driveway to watch traffic, or I'll give you a ride down the road at a certain time in the evening, just let me know. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Katarina. Any other councilor comments this evening?
Can I go?
Councilor Anderson.
Oh, yeah. Nope, go ahead, Jen.
So I'm going to talk about the Gorham Connector too. I as days progress on this, my individual support for this is waning. I totally appreciate, the need for a traffic improvement in the area, and that's why I supported it moving forward when we did the initial resolution and MOU with them, because at the time, traffic in our survey was the biggest issue, and our recent survey traffic is the biggest issue. I understand there are probably people who live along Gorham Road that want to see that go away. I'm curious, as this process continues, and if we pull in residents that are off of Gorham Road, Running Hill Road, New Road, do they really want this in lieu of the traffic? Because what I heard tonight from some folks is they'd rather have the traffic. And so it's really important to me that as we work through this process, that we really understand the impacts to our residents. I'm really disappointed in MTA and the fact that they, went forward with a Smiling Hill Farm pathway. And my understanding is when they went out publicly with this, while the farm was aware that something could happen, they didn't see where it was going. At least that's what's been explained to me. And so to me, that's a huge miss on their part, and frankly has, created a lot of discontent, I think, within our community, but other communities surrounding us. So I think my hope is when they go through this process, that it truly is a public process where they're getting input and come back with a different route or different changes and try and minimize the impact to Smiling Hill Farm. And I hope that they truly do continue to have good faith negotiations with them to see if they can find a way to make this work for them. But I feel like as soon as that came out, it for me just was like an immediate red flag that they missed the mark. So I really wish that didn't happen. I do think, even though, to Councilor Katarina's point, this is bigger than just us, but I think our community is looking to us to take a position and be leaders in this. So I really do want to see us at some point have a resolution. I'll let council leadership work out when and where, but I do feel like our community wants to hear from us about this. And again, at a minimum, I would like to make sure that Smiling Hill Farm, or that they know that, hey, we hope you come back with a different pathway if that's what this body feels. I also think we need to collaborate more with our partners, our peers, I guess I should say, in Gorham, Westbrook, and South Portland on this, because again, it's been, I feel like right now we're being fragmented as town leadership, and we really need to come together and say, hey, maybe there is a solution here. I really appreciated an email we got from one resident who said, you know what, maybe instead of a 4-lane road, it's a 2-lane road. And that at least keeps more in line with the rural nature of that district. And again, that's, to me, was kind of the selling point, as was pointed out in the MOU, that we really wanted to preserve, the rural character in this area. But it just feels like an oxymoron to say, we're gonna have a 4-lane highway go through a farm and go through different areas now in retrospect. So again, I'm just putting it out there that, as days goes on, I'm less and less for this. And I hope at some point we as a body can take some action, even though I think it's gonna be more symbolic than anything.
Thank you, Councilor Anderson. Councilor Seiler.
I'm not going to talk about the Gorham connector. Two things. First, I would like to wish a very happy 14th birthday to my darling girl, Lily, who, if you know her, she is extraordinary. So happy birthday, Lil. And then lastly, Chairman McGee, I would ask that you could lead us in a moment of silence to recognize Ruth Porter as we close out our meeting. And so when everyone has had their say, I would appreciate that.
Great suggestion. Thank you, Councilor Seiler. Councilor Cushing.
Well, I am going to talk about the Gorham connector. I wasn't going to, because like all of you, I want to go home. But when the MTA came and gave us their presentation, that was on the heels of the article in the Leader, which basically made this, the petting zoo against the evil government. And I specifically asked Mr. Mills, how is it that all of a sudden the Knight family is in the paper objecting to this so strenuously? And you'll recall that he sort of portrayed it as a bit of a family feud in which Mr. Knight was opposed, but this really wasn't a big deal and it was all going to be resolved. And he reiterated those points to me in a telephone conversation following that. And from my standpoint, I will say publicly, I have very little tolerance for that. When I ask a question, I expect a straightforward answer. And so to my mind, the credibility of the MTA has dropped considerably based on that. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Cushing.
Just if I could, it's my understanding that there's been detailed conversations over a series of years, and I need to confirm that, and I will, and I'll share what I learned with all of you, because I think credibility in this conversation is really important, and we need to know what has happened and what hasn't.
Thanks, Tom. Any other councilor comments this evening? All right, if you could all join me real quick in a moment of silence, appreciate it. And thank you. With that, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? Opposed? Sure, that's adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.